Chapter 339. The two paintings pointed out by Lu Li were the legacy of Golden King. As for why Wang Lu could be sure, it was because the two paintings were made of pure gold. The glittering golden light was enough to blind a dog's eyes. In this world, except for Golden King, probably no one would be obsessed with gold to this extent, even carving a mural out of pure gold. The two paintings that Golden King left here were painted on the top of the exit gate. With his character, if he wanted to leave a painting, of course, he would leave it on the top. Because the gate was too high, the top was hidden in the clouds, so no one noticed it before. Only a bored person like Lu Li could find it. Both murals showed quite exquisite painting skills, but what was really worth paying attention to was the content. Both paintings were self-portraits of Golden King. On the left, Golden King personally built a shining golden chariot, and on the right, Golden King cut through the sea of clouds with irresistible force. It was difficult to say whether these two murals were clues left by Golden King or simply showing off. In the painting, Golden King himself was radiant. Whether it was waving the forging hammer to build the chariot or driving the chariot forward, his domineering aura was simply overflowing. However, Wang Lu soon discovered the problem with these two murals. Why did he build a chariot? Although in the first painting, Golden King focused the composition on how to express his wisdom and martial prowess, the posture of wielding the forging hammer, the focused and detached demeanor, under the exquisite painting, was lifelike. However, no matter how wise he was, what he did was only a humble craftsman's work, which was quite inconsistent with his identity. A king should be proud and noble, calmly ordering his servants to do their work. As for personally waving the forging hammer while sweating like rain, it didn't seem to match. What's more, with the strength of Golden King, why would he need a chariot to help him fight? According to legend, the only treasure that was truly worthy of his attention and reliance was his heaven and earth parting sword. The rest of the treasures in the king's treasure house were just collections, which could not help in a real battle. In the second painting, Golden King drove the chariot all the way, and the thorny wheels crushed countless shadow-like enemies, which fully reflected the king's bravery. However, there were many details in the painting that revealed a secret. When the chariot built by Golden King was running, the friction between the outer wall and the clouds produced high-temperature sparks, as if it was desperately resisting the erosion of the clouds. In addition to these two paintings, Golden King did not leave any more clues, but when Wang Lu saw this, he had a general judgment. There must be a reason why Golden King built the chariot. Combined with the second painting, the resistance between the chariot and the clouds, it was not difficult to come to a conclusion. Without the chariot, even Golden King would find it difficult to move in the sea of clouds. This difficulty was not due to a lack of power, but due to the laws. It was no wonder that Golden King didn't carve his experience of crossing the sea of clouds into a mural at the entrance of the fourth level for future generations to admire. Because during this process, there were quite a few situations where he was forced into a corner, and it wasn't worth showing off. However, what was it that could make Golden King bow his head? Judging from the situation of this castle, Golden King was just a passerby, so who was the owner of this castle? And the sea of clouds outside the castle, was it naturally formed, or was it caused by external forces? Thinking about it this way, the secret hidden in this chaotic sea of clouds was really amazing. The level involved was likely to go beyond the level of the human world, reaching the realm of the gods. However, now was not the time to decipher the setting of these stories. The immediate problem was how to break through the blockade of clouds and arrive at beautiful unique Pool Peak before Holy Light Religion. In short, if we want to break through the blockade of clouds and mist, we can't rely on personal strength alone. We must rely on the chariot. When Wang Lu thought of this, his eyes began to look around the castle. Inwardly, he gradually felt eager to give it a try. In other words, the resources in the 80 rooms of the castle are the materials for the chariot prepared by some kind person. With so many choices, what kind of chariot should we build? First of all, there must be 5 pairs of wheels, right? TSK, what a bad luck, to actually be assigned to the Blood Demon camp. At the other end of the Sea of Clouds, the group of Holy Light Religion also came to a transit station. It was just that, unlike the serene forest castle where Wang Lu was, they were in a huge tent. Inside the tent, all kinds of materials were piled up like a mountain, mixed together. After seeing this big tent, Paul could not help but complain. Seeing the Supreme Inquisitor's puzzled look, Paul explained to him, in the Sea of Clouds, there are a total of 8 transit stations. They are the resource warehouses built by the 8 powerful people in ancient times in order to break through the blockade of the Sea of Clouds and explore the deeper secrets. The Supreme Inquisitor asked, why do they build the resource warehouses? Because it is necessary to make a suitable means of transportation here to continue to move forward. This Sea of Clouds has a special rule restriction, so it is impossible to move forward on foot. Impossible to move forward on foot? What a strange rule. But, a suitable means of transportation? The Supreme Inquisitor frowned deeper. What is considered suitable? Paul was somewhat embarrassed. About this, Faceless One lightly interjected, if you can reach beautiful unique Pool Peak, then it is suitable. If you can't, then it's not suitable. The rules in the Sea of Clouds are ever-changing. Whether it is suitable or not, you can only know by walking through it yourself. The reason why this storehouse has collected so many resources is to give people countless chances to try again and again. The Supreme Inquisitor was silent for a moment. Then he went straight to the exit of the big tent and stepped into the Sea of Clouds. However, he soon fell into a dead end. No matter where he went, he was just walking in the same place. Paul said, don't try. If we could just rush through it, we wouldn't have wasted so many years exploring here. Unfortunately, at that time, we were in the dark crypt, where the resources were 10 times richer than in the Blood Demon tent. Now, it would be difficult to build a level 8 or higher vehicle. Level 8? Paul explained, the vehicles built here, before entering the Sea of Clouds, will get an overall rating according to their quality. Only those with a rating of level 7 or higher can pass through the obstacles and reach the destination, beautiful unique Pool Peak. If the rating is too low, halfway through, it will encounter insurmountable obstacles and disintegrate. After the vehicle disintegrates, what will happen to the people in the vehicle? Faceless One lightly said, rest assured, they will directly return to the starting point. They will not die in the Sea of Clouds. With that, his voice rippled with a hint of sarcasm. However, once you enter the transit station, unless you can reach the beautiful unique Pool Peak, you will never be able to leave. Therefore, being trapped here is no different from being dead. This news was obviously unexpected. The 5 archbishops were slightly shocked. However, the Supreme Inquisitor nodded. Yes, as a faithful servant of the Holy Light, the one who bathes in the Holy Light is my gift. Those who can't complete the task are not qualified to live in this world. Then the Supreme Inquisitor asked Paul, you have passed the 4th pass, so it shouldn't be difficult to build a vehicle that can pass this pass, right? Paul said, naturally, it's not difficult. In the last pass, we were lucky enough to imitate the famous glorious extreme speed in the history of the Church. With a rating of level 8, we cut through all the obstacles to reach the destination. Glorious extreme speed. The Supreme Inquisitor sucked in a mouthful of cold air. That is the rumored vehicle of the Holy Light's child in the ancient times, the legendary vehicle that has been destroyed for thousands of years. At present, the only remaining wreckage is preserved in the Cathedral of Origin. Even the most brilliant craftsman is unable to decipher its secret, yet you guys actually imitated it? Paul somewhat awkwardly said, of course it's not me. The Supreme Inquisitor froze for a moment. He also realized that expecting Paul, this waste, to imitate glorious extreme speed was like a fantasy. Then. Faceless, is that you? Can you build another chariot? Faceless One sneered. Of course not. The resources in the Blood Demon tent are completely different from the Dark Crypt. The several key materials needed for glorious extreme speed are not here, so how could I make it? Moreover, when I built glorious extreme speed, the materials in the Dark Crypt have already been used up, so it's impossible to build a second vehicle. Upon hearing this, Paul was taken aback. What? Impossible to build a second vehicle? The Supreme Inquisitor was not surprised by this. Then, in addition to glorious extreme speed, can you build another level 8 vehicle? Faceless One said, is there any other vehicle in the history of Holy Light religion that can be on the same level as glorious extreme speed? The Supreme Inquisitor was speechless. In the history of Holy Light religion, there were countless sacred tools, but there was only one vehicle, glorious extreme speed. The quality of other vehicles was much inferior. So what are you going to do? It's very simple, if we can't build it, then we won't build it. Faceless One said, why do we have to build a level 7 or 8 vehicle? In fact, even if we are assigned to the Dark Crypt, with complete resources and complete blueprints, we don't need to waste time to modify the blueprints through trial and error. However, if we really want to build a legendary vehicle, it's impossible without a few months of time. But a few months is too long for us. This is a race game, so we don't have a few months to waste. Then, Faceless One said, since it's a race game, there are 2 ways to win. The first is to be faster than the other party, and the second is to make the other party slower than you. The topography of the Sea of Clouds is generally like a ring of ripples. The closer you are to the core of beautiful unique Pool Peak, the stronger the resistance. Conversely, the closer you are to the periphery, the easier it is to advance. The 8 transit stations on the periphery of the Sea of Clouds are all on the same periphery ring. Therefore, we only need to use the shortest time to build a vehicle that can barely break through the cloud blockade and can move freely on the periphery, probably a level 1 or 2 inferior vehicle. And then, with the fastest speed to find the opponent and destroy the opponent, so that they can never reach the destination, which is equal to a sure win. The Supreme Inquisitor Ferdinand asked, will the other party honestly wait in the transit station and let you find them? Faceless One said, as long as we move fast enough, they won't have enough time to leave. They don't have the experience of passing through the checkpoint. In theory, it would take a certain amount of time to solve the puzzle of needing a vehicle to move forward. As for building a vehicle, it would take even more time. Moreover, even if they can really build a vehicle in just a few days and leave the transit station, I have a way to lock their position in the Sea of Clouds. Ferdinand curiously said, this Sea of Clouds is isolated from all perception, how are you going to lock them? Faceless One coldly smiled. Because the holy light will guide me forward. Chapter 340. To sum up, what we have to do now is to build a chariot. After reading the clues left by Golden King, Wang Lu quickly gathered his teammates and shared his judgment. No one would doubt Wang Lu's judgment. Since he dared to assert that the chariot was the key to break through the cloud blockade, then it should not be wrong. And when Aya and the others saw the mural above the gate, they even more agreed with Wang Lu's conclusion. But, can you build a chariot? Aya asked, as far as I know, although you've learned a lot in Spirit Sword Mountain, you haven't had the time to dabble in the chariot refining. Wang Lu said with a smile, I didn't expect you to know my progress so well. You're right, although I've begun to learn the path of tool refining, I haven't even had the time to start on the chariot manufacturing, which is a high-order branch subject. Therefore, it's impossible to build a luxury car like Golden King. After a pause, Wang Lu said, however, I can still build a simple chariot. Simple? According to the description of Golden King's mural, there are dangers everywhere in the Sea of Clouds, and the chariot can be said to be our only shelter. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to build a simple chariot? Aya said, it's better to be safe. Although I haven't systematically studied the manufacturing of a chariot, I've been on the battlefield for a long time, so I have some understanding of it. If the two of us cooperate, we can try to build a powerful chariot. In any case, the resources in this castle are almost infinite, so we can try as much as we want. With your talent, even if you start from scratch, it's still not too late. Wang Lu shook his head and said with a smile, "Aya, you think too highly of me. The chariot is broad and profound. In the absence of guidance, if we rely on self-study and exploration, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to build a chariot with 5 pairs of load-bearing wheels. But how can we have 3 to 5 years?" With that, Wang Lu's expression gradually became serious. "In fact, we probably don't even have 3 to 5 days. This is a race game, and there are 2 conditions for winning. One is to try to be faster than the other, and the other is to try to make the other party slower than you. With our conditions, there is only the first way to go, but for Holy Light religion, they are likely to choose the second way. As long as they use the fastest speed to build a simple chariot to break into the sea of clouds and try to eliminate us, it will be a great success. There is no need to waste time competing with the sea of clouds." Aya was startled when she heard this, but her eyes immediately calmed down. "I didn't think of this, but if we don't even have 3 to 5 days, what should we do? It's very simple. We have to be faster than them. If they take 3 to 5 days to build a simple war chariot, we will take 6 to 10 hours. 6 to 10 hours. Aya was surprised. Not to mention building a war chariot, even drawing a war chariot would be difficult. Wang Lu said confidently, "Don't worry, I have a special manufacturing technique. Didn't I say that I can't make complicated ones, but I can make simple ones? Leave the rest to me." Simple. An ominous premonition rose in Aya's heart. Simple war chariot, how simple was it? However, no matter how arrogant Wang Lu was, he wouldn't treat everyone's lives as a joke. Right now, they could only trust him. Half an hour later, Wang Lu successfully built his first war chariot. "Ha ha ha, my #1 war chariot is fresh out of the oven." When Wang Lu came out of a room that stored a large amount of metal, his hearty laughter filled every corner of the hall. Aya and the others who stayed behind in the hall were surprised. So fast? Although they already knew that Wang Lu was a person who was good at creating miracles, this time, he still stunned them. In just half an hour, he built a war chariot, which was somewhat beyond their imagination. "Senior brother is so awesome." Lu Li clapped her hands in excitement as if she had created a miracle. "Where is the war chariot? Lu Li wants to see it." Wang Lu waved his hand sideways, revealing something behind him, and then said with a hearty smile, "Look, it's here." Lu Li's eyes widened. After looking at it again and again, she inconceivably pointed at the thing behind Wang Lu and tremblingly asked, "Don't tell me, that's Senior brother's war chariot?" Wang Lu nodded. "Yes, this is the everlasting war chariot that I personally forged and decorated after gathering a large amount of gold and mithril. Doesn't it look very mighty and majestic that you can't look straight at it? Can't look straight at it, is it? It's indeed hard to look straight at it." Aya swallowed with difficulty. Her eyes were also wide open, revealing a look of disbelief. "Is that a war chariot? How could there be such a war chariot in this world? It only has 2 wheels." Wang Lu smiled and reached out to stroke his beloved war chariot. "After all, it's a simple version. Compared to the big guy with 5 pairs of load-bearing wheels, it's certainly a lot simpler, so it's normal to have fewer wheels. Moreover, are 2-wheeled war chariots rare? Many armies use 2-wheeled war chariots to fight." Aya anxiously said, "That's because there's a mount pulling the chariot. Moreover, the 2 wheels of the 2-wheeled war chariot are coaxial. Your 2 wheels, one in front and one in the back, are connected by a chain. Moreover, looking at the structure, it's clearly human-powered. Wang Lu proudly smiled. Yes, it doesn't need animal power. As long as the pedals are pushed, the chain can drive the wheels to roll forward. It's very convenient and fast. Therefore, this war chariot has another name, bicycle. Are you going to break through the sea of clouds with this meat-wrapped iron thing? Are you crazy? Wang Lu's smile gradually faded. I'm crazy? It's just that your mind can't keep up. The rules here limit that we must take a war chariot to leave the castle and enter the sea of clouds, but there's no rule on what kind of war chariot it is, right? But you're too far-fetched. Such a simple war chariot, what if we encounter danger? Wang Lu picked up his smile again. Encounter danger? Have you forgotten my profession? I'm the strongest meat shield. Compared to meat wrapped in iron is stronger. Aya felt that no matter how reasonable she was when talking to Wang Lu, she would be at a loss for words after 2 or 3 sentences, so she couldn't say much. She changed the topic and asked, but your war chariot only has 1 seat, and we have 5 people here. Wang Lu said, what's so difficult about that? Just stack it up. Stack it up. That's right, later I'll be in charge of driving the war chariot. You'll ride on my neck, then spread your arms and let Lioli and Little White sit on either side. The stupid dog will sit in the basket in front of me. Isn't that enough? Aya imagined the scene in her mind and wanted to vomit blood. Don't even think about making me perform that kind of ugly performance. How is that ugly performance? That's the world's number 3 acrobatic performance. Wang Lu said, but he also knew that it was difficult for Aya to accept the world's number 3 acrobatic performance, so he didn't force her. He pushed the everlasting war chariot and walked out alone. Of course, since this war chariot hasn't been tested in actual combat, I won't force you to fight with me. I'll go out alone to test the performance of the war chariot. At the same time, I'll try to verify my conjecture. Seeing that Wang Lu had made up his mind, although Aya was quite against it in her heart, she didn't say anything. She just silently stood by the door, deciding that if Wang Lu encountered any danger, she would go to his rescue at the first moment. The door to the castle's exit was slowly pushed open, revealing the endless confusion behind the door. Wang Lu elegantly boarded the war chariot and quickly drove behind the door. Aya guarded by the door, her whole body on guard. However, just as Wang Lu's figure disappeared into the sea of clouds, Aya completely lost contact with him. What? Aya was startled. She immediately guessed that there was a special law in the sea of clouds that isolated perception. Wang Lu shouldn't have gone far, but the woman couldn't help but worry. This place was filled with strange rules. When a person was alone, they couldn't leave the castle, but as long as they rode the strange war chariot, they would be unimpeded. The person who built this ancient castle back then must have had a really wicked sense of humor. There shouldn't be any problems for Wang Lu to explore it. It really is a strange place. On the other side, riding his beloved everlasting war chariot, Wang Lu was slowly advancing through the sea of clouds. Although looking out from the castle, the clouds and mist obscured one's vision. However, once one entered the clouds and mist, one would discover that there was actually a different world. The thick clouds and mist were actually just a layer of veil that obstructed one's vision. Once one broke through it, the view behind would suddenly become clear. Wang Lu was traveling through a wide canyon. On both sides were picturesque mountains and rivers, with birds chirping and fragrant flowers. It was a beautiful scenery. The sun hung high above his head, and there weren't any clouds for thousands of miles. Let alone a churning sea of clouds, there wasn't even a single cloud. However, not long after riding along the canyon, the air suddenly became heavy and stagnant, making it difficult to breathe. The binding force from the earth suddenly increased several times, firmly attracting Wang Lu and his war chariot. The wheels made of cork sank deeper into the ground. Wang Lu hesitated for a moment and then decided to continue to move forward. However, as he continued to go deeper, the resistance rapidly increased. Before long, the restraint from the earth had been 100 times stronger than before. It was tantamount to Wang Lu carrying 100 everlasting self-propelled vehicles and 100 strong young men. This was naturally not a burden for Wang Lu, whose physique had already surpassed that of a king pill cultivator. But, for the war chariot beneath him, it was unbearable. With a creaking sound, the wheels of the everlasting war chariot collapsed. At the same time, Wang Lu felt his vision blur, and he reappeared in the gloomy castle. Aya and the others asked with concern, "Senior brother Wang Lu, are you okay?" Wang Lu nodded, signaling everyone to be at ease. He then looked down at the wreckage of the everlasting war chariot that had been distorted by the great gravity, and said with regret, "The everlasting is broken, however, this exploration has accumulated valuable experience, and the sacrifice of the everlasting is valuable. The next step is gradually becoming clear." As Wang Lu spoke, he resolutely walked into the room where the resources were stored and began a new round of forging. Chapter 341. This is your second vehicle, the flying pigeon? Looking at Wang Lu's freshly made second vehicle, Aya felt weak all over. She then made up her mind not to ride it no matter what. According to Wang Lu, the second vehicle was a modified version based on the lessons he learned from the failure of the first vehicle. All aspects of performance had a qualitative leap, and its ability to survive in the sea of clouds was significantly enhanced. However, in Aya's eyes, it was a broken goods with a crooked beam, two wheels that were not perfectly round, and the chain was loose. Rather than saying it was a pigeon, it was more like a weak chicken. Roughly speaking, it was just such a vehicle. "You. What happened to you just now?" Aya could not help but sincerely ask with emotion. Wang Lu sighed. The pain of a genius often comes from the prejudice of the secular world. "Aya, I have eaten your soft rice for so many years in the Spirit Sword Mountain cafeteria. I always thought that a person who can make dark cuisine must have the temperament of a performance artist. Unexpectedly, you're also so vulgar." Then, before Aya's anger accumulated to a certain level, Wang Lu explained, "Don't look at this vehicle's ugly appearance, I have a special driving skill." Aya suspiciously asked, "Special driving skill?" Wang Lu nodded, and then took out a tough rope and tied it to the beam of the vehicle. Because it was crooked, the rope just happened to be stuck in a groove, which was particularly strong. Then, Wang Lu exerted force with both of his hands, lifted the entire vehicle and put it on his back. The two ends of the rope went around his chest and tied a knot. He actually carried the vehicle on his back like a huge sword. "Humph, this way, I don't have to worry about the vehicle collapsing under the 100 times gravity." Aya was dumbfounded. She felt that the bottom line of her imagination had once again been broken. She had been leading the army for many years and had seen all kinds of special driving skills. However, she had never seen anyone driving a vehicle on his back. What kind of vehicle is this? It's more like a piece of luggage. Wang Lu shook his head. This is the prejudice of the secular world. This is just a special driving method, called the old man pulling the vehicle. Go ahead, I don't care about you anymore. Wang Lu then carried his beloved flying pigeon vehicle and once again went deep into the sea of clouds. And this time, his purpose was very clear: go as deep as possible, break through, and see where the limit of his routine was. Wang Lu didn't think that the old man pulling the carriage could protect him all the way to beautiful unique Pool Peak. However, as a professional adventurer, his strong intuition told him that it was best not to stick to the castle, because that would be suicidal. Therefore, he would rather take the risk of traveling alone through the sea of clouds to find a shortcut. In fact, there was indeed a vague idea in his mind. To put it bluntly, it was a very simple and straightforward idea, but it was a thought that many people ignored. A long, long time ago, the ancient powers left behind a gloomy ancient castle at the edge of the Cloud Sea. It was used as a platform and warehouse to build war chariots. Although it was not clear why they were so obsessed with war chariots, in short, after they ended their exploration of the Cloud Sea, did they leave anything here? Similarly, tens of thousands of years ago, Golden King built a powerful chariot in the castle and crushed all the way to beautiful unique Pool Peak. Then, what happened to that chariot? Was it taken away by him as a souvenir, or? There was no definite answer to these questions, but it didn't prevent Wang Lu from guessing. After all, there was not much loss. According to Wang Lu's guess, the Holy Light religion should not be as straightforward as him. At least, it would take them a few days to build a low-level vehicle, and then they would break through the obstacles and find trouble with him. And these few days were the last buffer for him. He must find a shortcut during this period. Otherwise, if he was caught by the other party, he would basically die. Although in the Sea of Clouds, for some reason, there was a limit on the strength of the profession, but the upper limit was set at the intermediate high-order profession, similar to the Yuanying stage cultivators in 9 regions. Wang Lu asked himself that with his current strength, he might be able to fight against a Yuanying stage cultivator, but he could only fight for 2 or 3 rounds. Moreover, it couldn't be a peak Yuanying stage or an abnormal Yuanying stage cultivator. At most, it should be similar to Tiger King of the Beast Master School. There must be no additional value on the baseline. If it were those old guys of Heavenly Sword Hall, no matter how confident Wang Lu was, he didn't think that he could keep pace with them after 10 years of cultivation. And this time, the opponent was a Holy One, a legendary level Holy One. The legendary level of the Western continent could barely be equated to the Unity stage cultivators of 9 regions. Of course, this equivalence was very difficult to draw, because the value of the current legendary level of the Western continent was far less than that of the past. Aya, at her peak, had not completely crossed the threshold of the legendary level. However, in her opinion, apart from the Pope, she dared to fight any of the so-called legendary level of the Holy Light religion. If it was the legendary level of the treasure house manager, she could even fight 5 of them. However, that was only for Aya. For a young cultivator who had only been cultivating for more than 10 years, a legendary level was still a legendary level, an insurmountable mountain. Even if the other side suppressed their strength to the same level as him, they could still crush him by virtue of their experience and skill, not to mention how far away was the intermediate level of high order. In short, this time, he tied the flying pigeon to his back and walked on foot, which had completely deviated from the original intention of this Sea of Clouds war lane. Moreover, he knew that he could not go any deeper into the Sea of Clouds. However, it saved him precious time. During this time, he must find a vehicle that could be recycled as soon as possible. Wang Lu knew that his idea was somewhat whimsical. However, he still remembered that when the Everlasting collapsed and he was forcibly sent back to the starting point, he seemed to have vaguely discovered something. As he walked on the old road again, Wang Lu soon felt the pressure of the 100-fold gravity again. However, this time, he was carrying the vehicle on his back, so he didn't have to bear the heavy pressure of the unity of man and vehicle. Thus, he was still able to persist. As Wang Lu continued to go deeper into the canyon, the pressure of the gravity became stronger and stronger. Almost every step he took, the pressure doubled. However, as the gravity increased, Wang Lu increasingly felt that the thing he was looking for was getting closer and closer. Finally, he stopped on a barren plain. At this point, the gravity of the Earth has been thousands of times higher than normal. Wang Lu was equivalent to carrying 4 or 5 sets of 5 pairs of load-bearing wheels. Even with his close to Jindan stage physical quality, he began to feel strenuous. Non-phase method was not known for its great power, its pure power was limited. However, it was enough for him to reach this point. The core of gravity was right under his feet. Something was buried here, which formed the strange gravity environment of this valley. The next step was to dig 3 feet into the ground. Needless to say, the ground that could withstand the 1,000-fold gravity was solid. However, Wang Lu used the sword of Mount Kun as a hoe, digging bit by bit. This upgraded spiritual treasure did not disappoint him. Not only did it have the sharpness to cut iron like mud, but it also had the power to shake the earth. With a swing of the sword, the entire valley would slightly tremble. The only flaw was that the sword spirit Autumn Beam was very dissatisfied with this reckless waste of natural resources. This sword spirit had experienced more than 1,000 years of hardships and had followed more than 10 masters, some strong and some weak, but none of them treated her lightly, treating the dignified sword of Mount Kun like a Luoyang shovel. Therefore, during the digging process, Autumn Beam did not say a word. She kept a straight face and even refused to show up. Regarding this behavior of disregarding the master's authority, Wang Lu painstakingly dug while earnestly educating her, "Little Liang, although you are the sword spirit of this spiritual treasure, moreover, it has been upgraded on your own, your future prospects are boundless, and your value is extraordinary. But you absolutely cannot look down on simple manual labor because of this. You must know that this kind of labor at the bottom contains the real wisdom. Which of our basic necessities do not require labor? Your high and mighty mentality will definitely limit your development in the future. Of course, I do not blame you. Most of the spirits at your level are proud and arrogant. Unfortunately, because of this, there are only a few that can go one step further and approach immortal treasures. In my opinion, it is necessary for the spirits of high-level magical treasures to go down and receive the education of the people at the bottom." Wang Lu's earnest words did not get any response. Wang Lu called out a few times, but there was no response. He thought that this was not the rhythm of being blacklisted, right? Fortunately, when the digging reached the end, Autumn Beam finally could not help but show up. Because not far from Wang Lu's feet, the majestic energy fluctuations could no longer be concealed. The nearly 10,000-fold gravity made it difficult for Wang Lu to even maintain standing. He had already begun to slowly burn his innate vitality. After Autumn Beam sensed this fluctuation, she finally could not help but be curious. What is this? I also find it strange. Wang Lu reluctantly opened his mouth. I really can't think of anything else on the vehicle that could use such a powerful suction force. Is it a toy designed to relieve the driver's fatigue? This is really a heaven-defying toy. Liang Qiu frowned. Do you think I don't understand, that's why you said it? Wang Lu was surprised. You understand? Autumn Beam coldly said, do you think I'm as simple and easy to fool as Lu Li? Considering Autumn Beam's 1,000 years lifespan, it was unrealistic to expect her to be as pure as a little white flower. Since you are well informed, do you have any opinion on this? Autumn Beam said, I can't say for sure, but this suction force seems to be instinctively calling something. Unfortunately, the thing inside doesn't have the concept of a spirit, otherwise, I might be able to communicate with it and explore it. In this treacherous land of the Sea of Clouds, even if there was a spirit, perhaps it would not be able to hold on for so many years. However, as a sword spirit, Autumn Beam's understanding of things was far better than that of ordinary people. Moreover, she had a steady temperament and did not speak lightly. She judged that this suction force was a call, which was most likely not wrong. A call, could it be? While thinking, Wang Lu asked Autumn Beam to work hard with him to dig the last layer of soil. Although the last layer of soil was not thick, it had been compressed by the 10,000-fold gravity for 10,000 years, so it was simply indestructible. Autumn Beam used the source power of the spiritual treasure to directly shake the ground, which caused the soil to crack, revealing the true appearance below. It was a deep and serene darkness, but upon a closer look, it was actually a ball. Chapter 342. What the hell is this? Wang Lu looked at the black ball under his feet in amazement. However, before he could think about it, the black ball flew up with a particularly fierce momentum. Moreover, it triggered a huge change in the gravitational field, which almost sent Wang Lu flying. Wang Lu only saw a blur, and then the black ball was already suspended high in the air. After a pause, it began to violently tremble, as if it had been imprisoned for many years and had finally broken free. Its interior was filled with a passion that urgently needed to be released. However, after a while, the black ball frantically rotated in the air. Sometimes it crazily rushed in a certain direction, and sometimes it turned back at the same speed, like a wandering beast. At the same time, the gravitational force from the black ball became unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Gradually, Wang Lu found out that the black ball's gravitational force was gradually aimed at a certain direction, as if it wanted to pull something over. However, after tossing around for a long time, in addition to tearing the two sides of the canyon apart and causing landslides, it didn't seem to achieve the desired result. "What is this guy doing?" Wang Lu asked Autumn Beam, "Can you understand it?" Autumn Beam has been staring at the black ball with burning eyes, and after a long time, she sighed with emotion. What a powerful spiritual object! Although its spiritual sense has collapsed, the trace of its existence is deeply engraved in its body. The spirit still retains its obsession from when it was alive. Wang Lu tried to understand it. In other words, what we are seeing now is a kind of corpse coming back to life. If you must say so, yes. Autumn Beam tried to further explain to Wang Lu, this black ball should be an astonishing energy core, which can be used in puppets, cloud wave boats, and other things, which can continuously provide energy. Its grade is very high. According to the standard of 9 regions, it should be close to the level of immortal treasure. In addition to providing energy, it can also become the central core of a huge object, responsible for assisting or replacing the user to better play the function of the object. For example, the modified version of the 10,000 art sex cloud wave boat normally needs hundreds of Shidon stage cultivators to drive it. However, because there is a spiritual treasure level central core inside the cloud wave boat, it only needs 1 or 2 people to start it. I see. Speaking of this, Wang Lu could understand. It seems that a long time ago, this thing's main body was severely injured and became fragmented. The fragments were scattered in various places, and it was unfortunately buried in a valley. When its spiritual sense was seriously injured and on the verge of collapse, its remaining thought was to use a strong gravitational force to gather its fragmented body together to recover from its injuries. Unfortunately, as the core, the black sphere was buried underground. The stronger the gravity, the tighter it was trapped by the soil and rocks. It was not until many years later that I was lucky enough to dig it out and see the light of day again. As Wang Lu spoke, he looked at the black ball in the sky that seemed to have gone mad and could not help but smile. Next, let's see if it's worthy of this once in a 1,000 years opportunity. While speaking, the black ball finally seemed to have caught something. Its main body shook and then began to violently shake. The black ball stirred up the air, causing a terrible muffled sound in the valley. From an unknown distance away, the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth collapsing could be heard. A moment later, a golden component that looked like a giant bell flew over from afar with dust all over its body. When it got close, it was pulled by the black ball and was directly enveloped by it. Although the black ball was covered with a thick bell-like cover, the gravitational force actually became stronger. From the opening of the bell cover, an incomparably strong gravitational force was released, which caused the entire valley to fall into distortion. Wang Lu's footing was unstable. He hastily operated his non-phase method to isolate the gravitational force outside, and then barely managed to stand up. And this was just the aftermath of the gravitational force. The direction of the gravitational force released by the black ball was obliquely upward, pointing toward the sky. Not long after, an oval-shaped disc flew down from the clouds in the sky and rotated under the bell cover, also hovering in mid-air. After that, one by one, the components were attracted by the gravitational force of the black ball and gathered together. The surface of these components were covered with the traces left behind by the years. Some of them even only had a small part of them left. However, when they gathered together and began to move slowly around the black ball in the bell cover, the scars left by the years faded away and gradually restored their original appearance. This was a self-repairing tank. Although, from the shape alone, it was not the same as a tank. There were neither thick wheels nor sharp horns. At first glance, it looked like a tower. The largest oval chassis, with a slightly convex cushion at the bottom, slowly rotated horizontally. Above the chassis, the black ball hidden in the bell cover was at the core, surrounded by a thick shield, which gradually shrank from the bottom to the top, and finally became a pointed cone. On the surface of this pagoda, there was an opening for people to enter and exit. The internal space, even without considering space expansion spells and other factors, could accommodate 4 or 5 people. At the same time, the smooth lines, the dazzling appearance, and especially the brilliant golden light, were enough for Wang Lu to judge its identity. It must be Golden King. This kind of blinding coloring method, if it's not Golden King, I will eat it whole. Wang Lu looked at the golden tank, which was quietly floating in the air after it was restored, and could not help but laugh. Although it was completely different from the traditional tank shape on the mural, Wang Lu did not intend to pay too much attention to the details. No matter how strange this floating tank looked, it was much better than Flying Pigeon and Everlasting. There was no doubt that this was a high-grade tank. If it was a low-grade tank, perhaps Golden King would disdain to build it. And only Golden King would be so extravagant as to leave such a good thing in the sea of clouds. Other people, such as the ancient Almighty who built the transit station, would leave mountains of resources and materials on the periphery of the sea of clouds, but it was impossible for them to abandon the complete cost. This time, when Wang Lu rode the tank out to scavenge, at first, he did not dare to expect to pick up a complete tank. He hoped to assemble some broken parts and piece together a barely usable guy, which could last for a while. Unexpectedly, his luck was good enough to follow in the footsteps of Golden King. Thinking about it, the pleasure of being friends with a local tyrant was probably similar to this. Whatever the other party casually eliminated was enough to make a new one on his side. Of course, to enjoy the legacy of the predecessors, it was inevitable that he would be suspected of being the successor. But from another point of view, if you were poisoned by the strange aphrodisiac powder and were about to die from the poison, and at the same time, you had to take care of the elderly and children, and there were thousands of brothers behind you who needed to be led by you. Let alone taking over, even if you wanted to deliver a baby, you might not be able to do it. Next, it depends on whether this new tank is willing to accept a new master. With that, Wang Lu rode the gust of wind and flew into the air, trying to approach the tank and put his hand on the golden surface of the tank. Many spiritual treasures with a spirit would only follow one master for life, either because of the restriction placed by the master, or because of the loyalty of the spirit itself. However, this chariot of Golden King seemed to have no limit. When Wang Lu pressed his hand on the armor of the chariot and released his primordial spirit into the chariot, the entire chariot trembled. A stream of water-like energy gushed out from the core, flowed around his body, and touched Wang Lu's primordial spirit. Buzz! Wang Lu's primordial spirit felt a strong shock, as if it wanted to bombard him to death. He immediately operated his non-phase method to protect his primordial spirit. However, under the impact, his defensive circle was somewhat shaky. Previously, in order to dig this black ball, he had to endure the 10,000 times heavy pressure, and his non-phase method had already been overloaded. At this time, the primordial spirit's impact happened in a hurry, and the flow of his magical power was not smooth. Thus, his defensive circle was actually not able to hold up. However, primordial spirit was a cultivator's most vital thing. In order to ensure that the defensive strength was not reduced, he could only increase the output, and even if he had to use twice the effort for half the result, he had to resist it. Wang Lu suddenly felt a burst of emptiness in his jade mansion, as if he had been squeezed dozens of times in one night, which made him feel unspeakably uncomfortable. However, under this emptiness contraction, a flash of inspiration came to him. Why was there a need to repel all the impacts? Primordial spirit was indeed a vital thing. Moreover, because his cultivation level was not high enough, his primordial spirit was fragile and could not withstand the devastation. However, his body and jade mansion were like a wilderness. If he could guide the impact to his jade mansion and his body to bear the impact and evenly distribute it, even if he had to suffer some injuries, he could still keep his defense from being broken, and his vital points would not be lost. And as a cultivator with void spirit root, the path inside his body was quite smooth. Thus, it did not take him much effort to guide the impact on his primordial spirit to his body. This method, in simple terms, was selling his blood. Relying on his youthful vigor, his abundant innate vitality, and his non-phase method, which was the best method to heal injuries, he could safely bear the injury. It was just right for the critical moment when his magical power was running out. With that thought in mind, Wang Lu immediately changed his strategy. He changed his defensive method from firm isolation to channeling, guiding the impact of the chariot to his body and jade mansion. Suddenly, the 206 non-phase sword bones groaned in unison, and numerous cracks appeared in his jade mansion. However, no matter how fierce the impact of the chariot was, it could not shake his primordial spirit. Of course, selling his blood was not a long-term solution, but it was enough for him to persist through the current difficulty. This was not a life-and-death struggle, but a slightly harsh test. After the impact of the chariot continued for a period of time, it began to gradually ease. After a while, the force that gushed out from the black ball suddenly became gentle and soft, without any hostility. Is this subdued? The turbulence just now was a necessary test for the new owner of the chariot. If the owner could not withstand it, then naturally, he would not have the qualification to be the owner. The grade of this chariot was quite high. Generally, even high-order professions would find it difficult to withstand it. Moreover, the sea of clouds restricted the power level, which was enough to shield most of the participants from the trial. Unfortunately, this chariot encountered Wang Lu, who had yet to condense the king pill. In the Western continent, he was not even a high-order professions, but his endurance was far above that of a common high-order cultivator of 9 regions. The chariot slightly trembled, as if in response to Wang Lu's question. The tool spirit of this chariot had disappeared, so it did not have any spiritual sense or command. Moreover, it was separated and disintegrated, buried in the soil for more than 10,000 years. However, at this time, it still appeared to be full of spiritual energy. It was indeed a rare good chariot. Considering that you have a master, and I'm just a successor, why don't I call you Pan? The chariot slightly trembled, obviously dissatisfied. Or Goldenwood Ear? The chariot violently trembled. TSK, seeing that you look like a lightning tower, I might as well call you Tata. This time, the chariot did not object. Obviously, it had a special liking for repetitive words. Chapter 343. When Wang Lu drove the Tata chariot back to the castle in a flying saucer-like manner, the amazement of Aya and the others was self-evident. From the time when Wang Lu set off with the chariot to the time when he drove the flying saucer back, half a day had passed. Although it was not a long time, it made people uneasy. Aya silently waited at the castle gate for Wang Lu's return, but she didn't expect him to come back with a big guy. Where did this come from? Aya's eyes were full of amazement. Her clear eyes were firmly fixed on the flying saucer-like chariot, unable to leave no matter what. A strand of hair that suddenly stood up on top of her head fully showed the excitement in her heart, as well as her love for this chariot. Although the shape was unique, Tata was undoubtedly a very good chariot, and obviously, Aya had no resistance to a good chariot. Wang Lu jumped down from the Tata chariot, still carrying the flying pigeon chariot that he personally built. Seeing Aya's almost shining eyes, he recalled her previous dislike of the flying pigeon and could not help but helplessly smile. "You're the type who would rather cry in the chariot than laugh on the flying pigeon." In addition to Aya, Luli was also very fond of Tata. She flew around the steeple-like chariot, and from time to time, she cautiously tapped the body of the chariot with her fingertips, and from time to time, she smiled foolishly at the smooth mirror-like outer wall of the chariot. As for Bai Shixian and Quan Zouhua, they were also surprised by the uniqueness of this chariot, and their attention was drawn to it. After a while, when everyone had seen enough, Wang Lu clapped his hands. "Okay, the problem of the chariot has been solved. Let's get on the chariot and set off. Don't waste the time that I've gained by sacrificing the everlasting." Upon hearing this, Aya's expression turned solemn. She remembered that their situation was not good, far from being able to enjoy the chariot with peace of mind. The threat of holy light religion could come at any time, and at that time, she was far from having the capital to contend against them. This unique chariot was the key to the victory of the weak against the strong. And to be able to obtain this war chariot, Wang Lu undoubtedly contributed a lot. Thinking of this, Aya's heart was slightly moved. She suddenly had an absurd thought: perhaps for Wang Lu, there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Perhaps, he really was invincible? However, before Aya could carefully experience the changes in her heart, Wang Lu had already called for everyone to board the war chariot and fly towards the boundless sea of clouds outside the castle. The gate of the castle slowly opened and closed. Before going out, Aya felt something and looked up. At the top of the two gates, the murals left by Golden King were shining, as if laughing at the insignificance of the people below. At the same time, in another place on the periphery of the Sea of Clouds, in the Blood Demon tent, the preparation of Holy Light religion had also reached the final stage. Very good, very good. In less than a day, the war chariot is almost complete, and its grade is still within the initial expectations. You guys, when we get back, I'll give you a great merit. Paul paced back and forth in the big tent, overflowing with excitement. The progress of building the war chariot was faster than expected, because one of the 5 archbishops sent by the Pope happened to be good at building war chariot. With the materials in the big tent, he and the others worked together to build a level 3 or 4 war chariot in just half a day. Holy Pure. Holy Pure war chariot was not a powerful war chariot. In a large-scale battlefield, its auxiliary role was limited. However, its advantage was that it was fast and stealthy enough, which was suitable for the current task. The purpose of Holy Light religion was very clear. Instead of honestly competing according to the rules, hoping to arrive at beautiful unique Pool Peak faster than Wang Lu, it was better to simply cut the weeds and eliminate the roots of the opponent. This was the solution to the root of the problem. Although this method was not his own idea, Paul deeply agreed with it. Especially when the progress of the war chariot was faster than expected, he was filled with joy. At this time, those heretics probably haven't even solved the riddle of entering the Sea of Clouds, right? When we get there in time to block them, I really look forward to their desperate eyes. Paul fiercely said, as if he had already seen the heretics being torn to pieces in front of him, and the Sea of Holy Light giving him a greater gift because he had purified the heretics. Before long, the finishing work of the Holy Pure war chariot was declared to be completed. Paul waved his hand. Everyone, get on the chariot and get ready to go. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Everyone looked at Faceless One. Even Ferdinand was silently waiting for Faceless One's instruction. Paul gawked, and then his face turned red, feeling that he had suffered a great humiliation. Yes, in terms of strength and talent, I'm not that good, but don't forget, I'm the administrator of the king's treasure house. Without me, what can you do even if you have the ability? Let alone if you really have that great ability, why would you let me be the administrator? You can do it yourself. Faceless One didn't even look at the gloomy Paul. He went straight to the holy pure war chariot, sat on the main seat, and then coldly snorted. Do you want me to invite you? Quickly get on the chariot. Before long, the fully covered holy pure war chariot has been completely submerged in the sea of clouds. The holy light religion people were all crowded in the not spacious chariot, each taking their place. Some were responsible for concealing the chariot's track, some were responsible for providing power, and some were responsible for driving the direction. The division of labor was very clear. The grade of the holy pure war chariot was not high, so if they wanted to travel freely in the sea of clouds, they had to rely on human assistance. On the chariot, there were 2 holy ones and 5 archbishops, a luxurious lineup that was jaw-dropping. Because of this, the performance of the holy pure war chariot was far above the normal level. However, after all, its natural level was not high enough, so the performance of the holy pure war chariot was still not satisfactory. Is there no way to go faster? Ferdinand asked in a sinking voice. It's not even as fast as us flying alone, I think it's better to let me. Faceless One turned his head, looked at him with his pale face, and then coldly interrupted, Idiot, do you want to get off the chariot? Think about it with your poor brain, if we can freely walk in this sea of clouds, why would we need to have a chariot to enter? Do you think this is a rule that someone has nothing better to do and randomly designed? Ferdinand was silent. Before this, he had never even heard of this sea of clouds, so naturally, he couldn't say anything about the rules of this sea of clouds. Since Faceless One opposed it, he no longer insisted. Although Faceless One's arrogant and rude face was unbearable, Ferdinand at least understood the priorities. Right now, the most important thing was to work together to eliminate the hidden danger of the church, rather than personal grudges. Of course, when this matter was over, he and Faceless One would carefully calculate every account. However, just as Ferdinand secretly made up his mind, Faceless One suddenly laughed wildly. That voice seemed to be muffled in a cloth, making people's hair stand on end. Ha ha ha, well done, heretic. I'm really looking forward to your purification ceremony. The chief inquisitor's heart was slightly uneasy. What's wrong? Faceless One didn't hide it and bluntly said, that group of heretics has left the transit station and is moving fast toward the sea of clouds. What? The people on the holy pure war chariot were all stunned. They have left the transit station? Are you sure? Ferdinand sternly asked, You're the one who said that it would take them a long time to solve the puzzle, and it would take them several days to build the chariot. We can definitely make it in time, right? What's going on now? Yes, if it's them, it would take them more than a day to solve the puzzle, and building the chariot would take a long time. Even if some of them are good at chariot building, it's impossible for them to do it better than us. But what if it's not just them? Faceless One lightly said, as if he was not explaining for anyone, but rather talking to himself, a certain haunting lunatic is actually willing to put down his status? Hearing the words haunting him, Paul's whole body quivered. Who are you talking about? Ferdinand asked, since you can sense their location, then do you know what grade the chariot they are riding on is? Level 8 or above. Level 8? Isn't that the same level as brilliant extreme speed? The chief inquisitor was extremely shocked. How did they do it? In less than a day, they built a level 8 chariot? Is this something that can be achieved by human beings? Of course not. Starting from scratch, even a holy one can't build a level 8 chariot in a day. Faceless One somewhat absent-mindedly said, but they didn't start from scratch, they inherited someone's legacy. Humph, what's the point of you idiots trying to get to the bottom of it? If it's a level 8 chariot, relying on our holy pure war chariot, how could we possibly catch up? We can't catch up with the chariot, but can't we catch up with them? Faceless One said, slightly tilted his head to another direction, and then sneered. It's almost time to stop. Very good, keep this momentum and reach beautiful unique pool peak as fast as possible. As long as we get to the mountain, the other party's means will be useless. After setting off from the castle, Wang Lu immediately drove the chariot into the sea of clouds at the fastest speed. And this tower-shaped chariot also lived up to his expectations. After a period of acceleration, it resolutely changed its shape. The sharp top of the tower was suddenly flattened, and like a sharp lance, it broke through the air. Speed, as fast as lightning, jaw-dropping speed. Once the tower-shaped chariot flattened its body, it became like a lance, and its speed was no less than a swift and fierce flying sword. Wang Lu only saw the sea of clouds on both sides crazily retreating as if they were torn apart by a huge force. One scene after another changed around him. Sometimes it was a raging flame, sometimes it was a towering mountain, but all of them were just a flash. Before he could take a second look, they were already left behind by the chariot. The chariot was not only fast, but also very strong. Those flashing scenes were actually tests in the sea of clouds. According to the normal procedure, it would take a great deal of effort to pass. However, in front of the Golden King's chariot, the surrounding troubles were not worth mentioning. Very good, things are developing very smoothly. If we continue, it shouldn't be long before we arrive at beautiful unique pool peak. Standing in the control position inside the chariot, Wang Lu calmly observed the changes around him. Although the sea of clouds was still a blur, there were many signs that they were quickly approaching the core. But the question is, how long can this go on smoothly? If the people of Holy Light religion want to make their move, now is the time. Wang Lu muttered to himself, and soon, there were many speculations in his mind. However, in front of the Golden King's chariot, he didn't think the other party could make any effective resistance. Although winning in this way was somewhat unfair, the people of Holy Light religion were obviously working for Golden King, but they had offended Golden King himself. Therefore, even if they lost, it was not an injustice at all. Everyone, have a good rest. Soon, we can celebrate the victory on beautiful unique pool peak. Good. I like celebration banquets the most. Lu Li happily said. Her smile lit up the narrow space inside the chariot. However, at this time, the bright smile on the girl's face suddenly froze. The next moment, a fountain of blood gushed out from her mouth and nose, and the girl's light body slowly fell down like a feather. Chapter 344. Lu Li. Sister Xian, heir. Woof. Lu Li suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In an instant, the car turned into a mess. Bai Shixian picked up Lu Li and, while checking her pulse, tried to summon her magical power, turning it into healing power. However, the magical power of the living dead was like a stone sinking into the sea. Aya took out all of the pills that she obtained from her 100 years of experiential learning across the 2 continents, but she didn't know which one would be effective. Quan Zouhua anxiously scurried around Lu Li. Although its power was formidable, it couldn't be used to save people. In a panic, Wang Lu stared at Lu Li. His fists were clenched, and blood flowed out from his palms. However, he still made a calm judgment. Stop. Stop. Aya was surprised, but then she thought of the problem. Her complexion became incomparably gloomy. Despicable villain, get out here. With that, the Caliban was unsheathed. The golden light was incomparably sharp, as if it was substantial. After being reminded by Wang Lu, Aya also thought that Lu Li was seriously injured at this time, which was undoubtedly the work of Holy Light religion. Although they didn't care about the specific method, their purpose was obviously not to kill, but to delay their footsteps. Otherwise, since they could inexplicably make Luli vomit blood, why couldn't they just let her die? Perhaps, the reason why they didn't directly kill her was because… You're very tactful. Under the alarmed and angry eyes of the crowd, that gentle and indifferent voice came out from Luli's mouth. Then, with a strange posture, Luli left the embrace of Bai Shixian and quietly stood in front of everyone. It was still the same body, that pure and flawless face, but her expression was stiff like a dead person, as if she was not used to her own face. Faceless. I like to deal with smart people the most. They don't talk much. Faceless One's words were full of sarcasm, but his voice was calm. Unfortunately, you're not the people of my holy light religion. Therefore, even if you're smart, you can only die. Aya tightly gripped the stone sword in her hand as her anger overflowed. Stabbing people in the back, so despicable and shameless, this is indeed the style of holy light religion. Ridiculous. A dignified Night King actually dares to say such ridiculous words. No wonder you're the ruler of a destroyed country, Faceless mocked without any trace of politeness. Sneak attack? Do you have the right to criticize others on this point? The king's treasure house is the territory of holy light religion. Have you obtained anyone's approval to enter the treasure house? You sneaked into someone else's territory, so it's only natural for you to be punished. Aya was startled when she heard this, and then her face sank. Sophistry. Wang Lu reached out his hand to stop Aya, indicating that he would speak. Did they do it on Dragon City's celebration night? Wang Lu asked softly. Was it that drink? Faceless One's stiff face twisted into a smile. How is that possible? Although at that time, we were hostile to each other, Dragon City is, after all, your territory. If I poisoned the drink, it's not a justifiable defense, nor is it a punishment for the traitor. It's purely a sneak attack. I believe in holy light, how could I do such a despicable and shameless thing? Aya angrily said, You dare to say that you didn't do it? Of course I did it, but I didn't poison it. I just chatted with her so that she could face her heart more clearly, that's all. For you heathens, this is simply too gentle and considerate. Face her heart more clearly? Wang Lu sneered. That's all? Faceless One said, Of course, the two sides are hostile to each other. As a believer of holy light, how could I take care of the enemy? Therefore, while taking care of her, I also induced the entanglement in the depths of her heart. That's fair. Induced, entanglement? Wang Lu sneered. Fool a fool. How could Luli have such a high IQ to cause her entanglement? Oh. Faceless One was slightly surprised. I thought the two of you are from the same sect, martial brother and sister, so you would be as close as one person. Turns out, even you don't know her. No entanglement? In this world, only a stone will not entangle. As long as it's a human, no matter how simple it is, it will entangle. Because this is what a human is, a flawed mortal that needs the guidance of holy light to continue to move forward. However, on the other hand, it's fortunate that human is full of flaws, so I have a place to use my skills. Holy light religion is full of talented people, so it's not easy to make a name for oneself in the church. With that, Faceless One suddenly tilted his head. By the way, if you're trying to delay the time by chatting, that's exactly what we want. According to the current speed, it won't be long before we meet. By the way, if you're trying to use the life-saving magical treasure left by your sect, you'd better give it up as soon as possible. Even if it's a life-saving magical treasure, if you can't get the consent of the person, it won't work. This, no matter what, it's the same, right? Upon hearing this, Aya was startled. If the person didn't agree, the life-saving magical treasure wouldn't work. She was very clear about this. However, Faceless One said that, could it be, you've occupied Lu Li's spirit? Aya was shocked and angry at the same time. Her hands that held the Caliban sword slightly trembled. As an opponent who has fought against Faceless One, Aya was very clear about his horror. More than 100 years ago, when Faceless One's strength was still very weak, his spirit occupation was a terrifying skill that made people pale in fear. Faceless One was best at playing with people's hearts. He could dig out the softest and darkest part of the human heart, and then use it as nourishment to nourish the darkness. The nourishment process was completely silent, so much so that even the nourishment itself could not detect it. However, once the nourishment was over, a terrible thing would be born. What was born was the Faceless One himself. Once a brave warrior, a strategist, a magician, or a benevolent and virtuous person, once occupied by Faceless One, they would eventually become the new Faceless One. Faceless One didn't have a face because he had seized many people's faces. If he wanted to, he could even change into any face at will. However, once occupied by his spirit, there was no precedent of recovery. Because of this, when Aya learned that Faceless One was still alive, she was always on guard against his spirit occupation. More than 100 years ago, she had a full understanding of spirit occupation. She was also particularly sensitive to the seed he planted in other people's hearts, so it was impossible for her not to discover it. However, more than 100 years later, it seemed like Faceless One's spirit occupation had entered a new realm. Yes, it's spirit occupation. Faceless One casually replied, speaking of which, it's really a very sweet nourishment. Although the realm is not high, the taste is more delicious than that of high-order professions. You. Aya felt her vision go black. Wang Lu still maintained his calm. Spirit occupation? Is it like possession or something like that? That's really troublesome. It seems like I can only send her back to the mountain to be dealt with by the elders. Send her back to the mountain? Faceless One laughed in spite of himself. Hee, in the sea of clouds, even the legendary sages are not free. Do you think a few dead things given by your master can do it? Oh, if the quality is not enough, then the quantity will make up for it. Wang Lu lightly said, took out a stack of talismans from his mustard seed bag, and weighed them in his hand. 1 is not enough, but 10 should be enough. Faceless One's eyes narrowed. This is Heavenly Talisman? It's actually Heavenly Talisman? There were millions of talismans in 9 regions, but the prestige of Heavenly Talisman was known even in the Western continent. It could break the dimension and the plane, and forcibly transport people back to the set location. Although, in this sea of clouds, general space props and spells were basically ineffective, but if it was Heavenly Talisman, moreover, it was activated at the same time, yes, in terms of power, perhaps it can really break through the blockade of the sea of clouds. However, the premise is that it has to go through Luli herself. She agreed. Wang Lu said and then spread out the 10 talismans, and on each of them was written the same name, Luli. Obviously, it was already prepared. Moreover, the talismans have been modified by the elders, so whether Luli is willing or not, as long as I activate them, she must roll back to the mountain. This is called the authority of the leader. Well then, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you, let's send Luli back. With that, Wang Lu poured his magical power into the Heavenly Talisman, which triggered a dazzling light. Oh, it seems like you're serious? Faceless One finally seemed a bit surprised. But, I have completed the spirit occupation. Using 10 heavenly talismans to send a corpse back, you heathens have committed the felony of extravagance. Corpse? Not necessarily. Wang Lu said, have you really completed the spirit occupation? Although you said it so confidently, I don't believe it. Therefore, I'll just send it back and let the elders help me identify it. If Luli is still alive, with the strength of the 5 uniques of the Wanxian League, how could she be saved? If she's dead, letting the corpse return to its hometown is also humane. The strong confidence in Wang Lu's words also infected Aya. That's right, although there has never been a precedent of surviving the spirit occupation, but if it's Wang Lu, perhaps. Enough. Faceless One coldly said, since you doubt whether my spirit occupation is successful or not, I might as well commit suicide, and you can directly bring the corpse back to your hometown. Wang Lu immediately extinguished the light of the talismans in his hand and then burst into a smile. It seems like it really didn't work. Otherwise, why would you say you want to commit suicide? In that case, I'll put away these 10 fluorescent talismans. Fluorescent talismans? Everyone looked at the talismans in Wang Lu's hand in surprise. Isn't that Spirit Sword Heavenly Talisman? Am I sick? Why would I prepare 10 priceless heavenly talismans? However, I have as many fluorescent talismans as I want, so it's more than enough to swindle you. Wang Lu smiled lightly and put the fluorescent talismans back into his mustard seed bag. However, from Aya's point of view, she could see that Wang Lu's hand was actually slightly trembling. Very well, Lu Li is not dead. The protective measures that the elders put on her are really effective. And since she's still alive, everything is possible. Hey, does fraud make you so happy? Faceless One curiously asked and then stretched out his right hand. Right in front of Wang Lu and the others, Lu Li's 5 slender fingers, which were most suitable for holding a sword, were cut off. Chapter 345. Oh, it's quite painful. As the 5 fingers fell to the ground, Faceless One lightly uttered an "oh," and then dropped his arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the stump of the fingers. With Lu Li's current physical quality, even if her fingers were really cut off by a sharp weapon, the wound would heal in a short time. This was the comprehensive quality of a successor disciple. People often said that her defense and resilience were slightly weak, but that was only relative to her offensive ability. At present, the 5 fingers were cut off, but the blood continued to flow. Obviously, this was the intentional action of Faceless One, who controlled the body. He deliberately squeezed the blood from Lu Li's body to the wound, allowing it to gush out and cause a lot of blood loss. Hey, I didn't expect your psychological quality to be so good. The other people around you are going crazy, but you, who have the best relationship with Lu Li, are still very calm. Faceless One flaunted the bloody stump of the broken fingers in front of everyone, and then observed the seething anger of Aya and the others while expressing his curiosity about Wang Lu's indifference. What's there to care about? Wang Lu said, it's not like a few broken fingers can't be put back. As for pain or not, in any case, the one who's in pain is you. Faceless One laughed. Although his expression was stiff and distorted, it seemed to be joy from the heart. Well said. But, to be able to remain calm when the people close to you are seriously injured, are you really human? Or do you not care about your junior sister as much as you seem? Wang Lu lightly said, whether I am a human or not, whether I have human feelings or not, whether I care about it or not, my junior sister, after I catch you, I will let you seriously experience it. As for now, tell me your conditions. Conditions? Faceless One asked, do you think I'm here to talk about conditions with you? Wang Lu said, aren't you? Then you're here to chat? Very well, I'll continue to drive. You can accompany me on the road. With that, Wang Lu reached out to the vehicle's control device, ready to start the vehicle to move forward. Faceless One, of course, didn't come to chat. After Wang Lu obtained the inheritance of Golden King and the level 8 vehicle, it was impossible to defeat them in the Sea of Clouds with normal methods. Therefore, he could only resort to extreme measures, and the hostage in his hands was his greatest trump card. However, when facing an opponent like Wang Lu, the use of the hostage card was also very particular. If one did not play it well, even a good card would be played badly, so Have a slow chat? Sure. Faceless One said, by the way, as you guessed, I did not complete the spiritual occupation of Lu Li. However, it's not that I can't occupy her, but I deliberately left a line. But since you don't care about it, it seems like I don't have to hold back, right? Wang Lu's grip on the control stick tightened. What he feared had come true. This was the worst possible situation. A Lu Li who had no value of rescue and a Lu Li who still had a glimmer of hope were completely different concepts. If Lu Li had died, in a sense, it was actually a good thing, because Wang Lu could avenge her at all costs, without any restriction or constraint. But now, I'm not here to talk about conditions with you, because I don't need to talk about my conditions, you already know them. Faceless One lightly said. No need to talk about it, I can't accept it. Wang Lu also coldly responded. Really? Then, let's analyze the situation rationally. Faceless One said, my condition is that you stop here and fight us head-on. Of course, this is a dead end for you. So, I can also put it simply, my condition is to let you die. And then? And then, the bargaining chip in my hand is your most valued junior sister, Lu Li. However, if you die, she will not survive. Moreover, even if I promise to let her live, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Wang Lu sneered. Isn't that clear? Your so-called hostage is meaningless. Faceless One said, it does seem meaningless, but if it's really meaningless, why did you stop the car? Why did you stop until now and not dare to start? Wang Lu's hand that was holding the control stick became even more stiff. Ha ha ha, are you deeply entangled? Faceless One said with a smile, even if you rationally know that this is a dead end, emotionally, you can't just watch your dear junior sister die. Because no matter how many reasons you have, you can't suppress your sense of responsibility and closeness to your junior sister, right? Therefore, even if you are entangled, you know what to do, but you can't do it. Unfortunately, deep spiritual occupation can only be carried out once in a short period of time. Otherwise, right now, you would be a good occupation target. Wang Lu was silent. His eyes gradually moved away from Lu Li. At this time, he heard Aya's voice in his mind. I'm sorry, Wang Lu, it's all because of me that you and Lu Li are involved in this matter. After all, you're not locals, so Holy Light Religion has no reason to kill you. Therefore, I think it's better for me to, for Aya's request. Wang Lu's response was only one sentence, idiot, get lost. Wang Lu. Shut your mouth and obediently watch from the side. If you say one more word, don't blame me for blacklisting you. Aya was stunned for a long time, and finally, she silently cut off the primordial spirit transmission. Actually, she also knew that even if she was willing to sacrifice herself, it might not make the situation better. Not to mention that Wang Lu would never accept her sacrifice. It was just that, if she didn't do it, what else could she do? After a long silence, time passed by bit by bit. Wang Lu's hand was still on the control stick, but he couldn't push it down. Faceless One was interested in watching Wang Lu's reaction, and from time to time, he also used his cold eyes to warn the eager Quan Zhouhua and Bai Shixian. Of course, the wound on her palm was not treated, and because of excessive blood loss, Lu Li's body has shown an unnatural paleness. If it were an ordinary person, perhaps she would have already passed out or even died. Even though his spirit occupation was still a little short of completion, he still had the ability to seize Lu Li's life and death. If other people dared to act rashly, they would only end up in a life and death situation. Of course, if they really made their move, it would not be difficult for them to kill Faceless One's avatar. Moreover, after killing it, they could get rid of the burden and go into battle lightly. However, would Wang Lu allow them to make their move? If he wanted to make his move, he would have done it himself, why drag it on? After an unknown amount of time, Aya's battlefield intuition became increasingly aware of the approaching danger. The Holy Light Religion's vehicle was approaching at an alarming speed, and her palms were sweating. Wang Lu finally opened his mouth to break the silence. "Just now, you asked me, why did we stop here?" Faceless One said, "By the way, I also want to ask, you've put your hand on the control stick for so long, but since you don't dare to push it down, why don't you let go?" Wang Lu said, "Because if I let go, I can't see the situation outside." Faceless One suddenly froze, as if he thought of something. "What?" Bit by bit, Wang Lu's smile returned to his face. "The inside of this vehicle is completely enclosed, and the armor is not transparent. Therefore, the reflection of the outside scene from the cabin is actually a transit point. And this transit point is in my hands. Whatever you want to see, you have to get my consent. And from the time I touched the control stick until now, what I showed you is the same scene. Don't you think the clouds outside the vehicle are too monotonous?" Faceless One thought for a moment. "But the vehicle hasn't started, at least you can't fake this." "Yes, you're inside the vehicle, so the internal energy change can't be hidden from you. But why would I need to start the vehicle? The so-called movement is relative. Even if the vehicle doesn't move, if the surrounding scenery is moving, it's the same. The interior of the sea of clouds is unpredictable, so it's not surprising that there are several areas that can move, right?" Faceless One was silent. As a veteran of the Sea of Clouds trial, he, of course, knew that it was not surprising. "I've been waiting here for so long, and I thought I couldn't wait anymore. But the final result is just passable." Wang Lu said with a smile, "Finally, I've been waiting for this opportunity." "Opportunity?" Faceless One softly repeated. At the same time, he was ready to completely annihilate Lu Li's life force at the fastest speed. If Wang Lu wanted to perish indiscriminately, that would indeed be the worst result. However, if he let Lu Li fall, it would cause a serious psychological blow to Wang Lu, which was also a good thing. Spirit occupation could also be used on him. However, the next moment, an unexpected change made Faceless One's reaction slightly slower. Wang Lu pulled the control stick to the side, and the entire chassis of the vehicle and the floor of the cockpit opened up. A strong suction came from below, pulling Wang Lu and Faceless One down at the same time. "Aya, the rest is up to you." Before disappearing, Wang Lu left a final sentence. Falling endlessly. After falling out of the chariot, Wang Lu and Faceless One fell into an endless fall in the vast sea of clouds. All around them were vast clouds, and only the strong sense of weightlessness reminded the two that they were falling. Moreover, the speed was getting faster and faster, completely without any wind resistance. What an interesting move. It's beyond my expectations. While falling, Faceless One earnestly nodded and said, "Are you really not worried that I'll erase Lu Li, and then both of us will suffer?" Beside Faceless One, Wang Lu had a serious look on his face. His attention was firmly locked on Faceless One's body, paying attention to any subtle movement. Upon hearing Faceless One's question, Wang Lu was surprised. "Why should I worry? Isn't your goal from the beginning? Right now, there's no interference from other people, which should be what you want." Faceless One was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. If it were other people, perhaps they would think that Faceless One's goal was to intercept Wang Lu and his team, so that they couldn't get close to beautiful unique Pool Peak and win this trial. However, Wang Lu himself was very clear that Faceless One's real goal was him, only him. He didn't care whether the administrator of the king's treasure house would be replaced or not. As the church's executioner, his task was to purify the enemies of the church. Other things were not within the scope of his consideration. As for Aya, if it was the Night King Aya, perhaps he could use all kinds of means to purify her. However, now that she was in the state of the brave departed, it was not worth it to make a special trip. Therefore, when the time was ripe, Wang Lu immediately pulled him to jump out of the vehicle, so that Aya, Xiaobai, and the others could get rid of the burden and rush forward. Then, the game really began. Chapter 346. Yes, my goal, from the beginning, is you. Faceless One said while adjusting his posture in the fall. Those idiots can't see the situation clearly, they only know how to chase the immediate trivial interests. What king's treasure house, world destroyer black dragon, a bunch of ignorant fools. What's the difference between losing and gaining those things? Would the church fall apart after losing the king's treasure house? Would the church be able to sit back and relax after eliminating the decadent Breton dragon clan? What a joke! Wang Lu said with a smile. Then, in your opinion, what should we do to make holy light religion last through the ages? It's very simple, as long as all the threatening opponents are purified. In this world, from small individuals to large countries, the way of survival is like this. Compared to Breton Dragon Clan, you, a foreigner, are more qualified to be called a powerful enemy. Holy Light religion has been in a difficult situation this time. In addition to the heathen city-states in the east, the biggest variable is you. Those idiots think that because your level is not high, they can ignore it. I don't think so. Throughout history, I don't know how many huge empires and organizations were destroyed in the hands of a rapidly growing genius. And you obviously have such potential. Even if you can't subvert the holy light, your threat is still far away in the Breton Dragon Clan. Wang Lu said, actually, I also think so. Therefore, I always think that, compared to the painstaking effort to purify those ready-made powerful enemies, it's better to take advantage of the fact that those geniuses haven't fully grown yet, so that we can get twice the result with half the effort. I feel the same way. My only regret is that on the day of the Battle of Dragon City, I didn't see your threat in time. Otherwise, with my complete strength, even if the Night King was by your side, she still wouldn't be able to save your life. Faceless One's complete form was the strongest person in Holy Light religion below the legendary level, so his words were quite convincing. Later on, I was severely injured by the Night King, which is difficult to recover in a short period of time, and the idiots in the church are not worth relying on. Therefore, I had to take some risks and personally deal with this woman, and sure enough, I succeeded in one fell swoop. The fall of Luli was an undeniable mistake on Wang Lu's part. Despite the fact that the one who made the move was a holy light purifier whose strength was far above Wang Lu's, and despite the fact that Faceless One's method was so strange that even Aya couldn't see through it, these were not reasons for him to excuse himself. Hearing Faceless One mention this matter, Wang Lu's eyes became gloomy. Faceless One said, at that time, I occupied her mind and planted a seed in her mind. Actually, it was quite difficult. Because of her poor state, I almost failed and implicated her body. And even if she succeeds, there will be many flaws left. Once you notice something unusual, you can investigate her mind over and over again, and it will be hard to guarantee that there won't be any flaws. Therefore, at that time, I used 2 layers of camouflage. The simplest is the drink. Although it looks suspicious, it's actually just an ordinary drink. However, because it looks too suspicious, it will more or less affect your judgment. As a truly intelligent person, you will never think yourself clever and give up the investigation just because it looks too obvious. I believe that you have also seriously investigated whether Luli has any signs of poisoning. Unfortunately, it's non-toxic. As for the second layer of camouflage, it's my words, making you think that I'm trying to manipulate her mind. Of course, this layer isn't completely a camouflage. If she's really stupid enough to act on her own and not listen to commands in battle, displaying some sacrificial spirit, I'll be more than happy to see her die a tragic death, and then deal a fatal psychological blow to you. Your mind is very strong, but if this woman really sacrifices herself for you, you will not be able to bear the blow. Wang Lu coldly said, unfortunately, I will not give you that opportunity. Of course you won't, but so what? The spirit of sacrifice is just my camouflage. Moreover, it has successfully deceived you, making you think that my means only stop there, making you ignore the real key. Faceless One said, his tone becoming more and more sarcastic, this woman is really interesting. Although it seems that her mind world is pure and untainted, which is the most difficult thing to succeed. But in fact, deep in her heart, the entanglement is far more than other people. Moreover, this entanglement is something that even you, her closest senior brother, haven't seen, or even discovered. When I was seriously injured, my spirit occupation could not even exert 1/10 of its power. Even an ordinary middle-order profession may not be able to successfully occupy my mind. Yet, I was able to succeed against her. The flaw in her mind is so big that it even surprised me. Faceless One went on and on, the more he talked, the more proud he became. Then, as her senior brother, don't you want to know where exactly her flaw is? Ha ha ha, no need to deny it, you must want to. I can see that this woman has been heavily influenced by you in all aspects. Her mode of thinking, her mental defense, a large part of it was constructed by you. You taught her what is important and what is not, what needs to be done with all her might, and what can be ignored. You think that the defense you designed for her is perfect enough, so you can't figure out where exactly I made my move, am I right? I'd like to hear the details. Wang Lu did not put on airs. Seeing that the other party seemed to be able to show off, he simply asked seriously. Ha ha ha, actually, the reason is very simple. It's because she likes you. Wang Lu was slightly stunned. Is it news that she likes me? Of course she likes me. Because she likes you, so she also hopes that you can like her. Wang Lu said, of course I like her, she should be very clear about that. Faceless One's voice became a bit colder. Of course she knows, but what she knows is that your liking is like a brother and sister. You like her, and you also like many other people around you. However, what she wants is not this kind of liking. Wang Lu was even more stunned. Not this kind of liking? Then what does Luli want? Or perhaps, with her IQ, can she distinguish the difference between so many kinds of liking? Although Wang Lu did not speak, the subtle changes on his face were captured by Faceless One. Faceless One suddenly laughed wildly. However, in the accelerated fall, his laughter became distorted and strange. Ha ha ha. Do you think this woman is simple and ignorant of worldly affairs, so she doesn't understand anything and her heart is blank? No wonder my spirit occupation has been lurking for so long, yet you can't even detect a clue. It turns out that you don't really understand her, or rather, you don't even try to understand her. Because she is simple and straightforward, you self-righteously think that everything about her will be at your mercy, that everything about her is under your control. Unfortunately, even I, who is the best at playing with human nature, would not be so arrogant and conceited. Faceless One continued, what she wants is a more intimate relationship between the two of you than the current one. But she knew that it would only bring you trouble, so she never took the initiative to open her mouth. She didn't even show the slightest sign in front of you. But, when you and other girls laughed together, when you risked your life and death to come to Bretonia for the sake of other women, do you think her heart didn't have any billows? Wang Lu was silent for a long time. Lu Li's heart is pure and untainted. I'm afraid it's not that easy to make her jealous and hateful. Faceless One shrugged and said, yes, this woman's heart is pure and untainted. Even after the spirit occupation, I can't let her have hatred, loathing, and other negative emotions. However, pure and untainted does not mean that there is no 7 emotions and 6 desires, nor is it forever calm and without entanglement. In other words, a girl's entanglement in love is one of the most beautiful emotions of human beings, so it's not dirt at all. This time, Wang Lu was really shocked. Unexpectedly, a pervert like you is actually an expert in love and marriage. If jesting can make you stick to your heart, then you can continue to try. Faceless One sarcastically said, "Do you think I'm showing off my ability to play with people's heart by saying so much to you? I just want you to clearly see your own stupidity, see your own dereliction of duty, and then, under the guilt, bombard your heart to pieces." Wang Lu sighed. "You're right, this matter is indeed worthy of my guilt. When I was on the mountain, I was entrusted by uncle to train Luli, teaching her a lot of knowledge. However, I never taught her the psychology of love, which led to a fatal flaw in her knowledge structure. And this time, you actually took advantage of this to enter her. When I go back from this trip to the West, I must open this course for her, and then teach her physiological health, so that later on, she won't be fed a banana or see a goldfish without knowing it." "Oh?" Faceless One curiously asked, "Do you think you still have a chance to go back?" "Nonsense." Wang Lu suddenly became impolite and coldly responded to Faceless One's question. "Otherwise, why do you think I want to listen to your nonsense? Where do you think we landed?" Faceless One was startled. He glanced around, but his line of sight was completely blocked by the clouds, unable to see what was going on. "Don't try, without the help of the level 8 vehicle, I can't see anything. Lu Li's perception is not much stronger than mine, and now that she's seriously injured by you, she can't see anything." Without the help of the level 8 vehicle, he couldn't see anything. However, Wang Lu had been controlling the Golden King's vehicle until not long ago. "Yes, this is the endless sea." As soon as his voice fell, the clouds dispersed, and an endless blue ocean appeared under their feet. The howling wind on the sea wrapped the two people. "If you want to eliminate me, a genius who is a huge threat to the church, then now is the time." With a calm smile, Wang Lu crashed into the sea, setting off huge waves. Not far from Wang Lu, Luli, who was occupied by Faceless One, also fell into the sea. However, Luli, who was controlled by Faceless One, didn't have Wang Lu's non-phase method to protect her body. After falling into the sea, the powerful impact immediately made her dizzy, and her body shook, almost breaking her internal organs. When she came back to her senses, Wang Lu had disappeared. And the location of Faceless One was not in the desolate underwater world, but in a dark green abandoned ancient city. "Is this the legendary lost city of Atlantis?" Faceless One looked around and was surprised to find that there were familiar marks on the buildings of the ancient city ruins. "There's actually a passage to the endless sea inside the Sea of Clouds? It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? No, Atlantis has been lost for tens of thousands of years, and no one has been able to find it. Perhaps the endless sea has already been. However, the main task now is to purify the heretic." Unfortunately, the time was too short, so it was too late to occupy his spirit. It's rare that he has already revealed a flaw. However, by choosing the battlefield in Atlantis, does he think he has a chance? Faceless One lightly said. Because his expression was stiff, it was impossible to see his inner activity. However, even he himself didn't realize that the wounds on his right hand that he deliberately cut off were rapidly healing. Chapter 347. Wang Lu, calm down, calm down. Everything that can be done has been done. The situation has been laid out. Now, victory or defeat will be decided by this. In the deep sea, Wang Lu quietly stood on the wreckage of a palace in the ruins of the ancient city. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of bitter seawater to calm his mind. Next, he could not afford to make the slightest mistake in his every move. There was no room for error. Lu Li being plotted against was indeed beyond his expectation. The various protective measures that the sect elders put on Luli did not work. However, when he thought about it, it was not strange. The opponent was a near-legendary profession. Moreover, this was the Western continent, where the rules were different, so it was not surprising that there would be an accident. Therefore, any prior precaution was not secure. Only by perfectly adapting to the situation could he protect Luli. Regarding Wang Lu's ability to deal with situations, everyone was very assured, including Wang Lu himself, who was also full of confidence. Unfortunately, in the end, there was still an accident. Moreover, it was an accident that Wang Lu could not absolve himself from. He thought of all the factors, but he did not expect that Lu Li's young girl feelings would actually kill her. And this was not Lu Li's responsibility. Wang Lu, as her guardian, must take full responsibility. However, the more critical the situation was, the less time he had for self-blame. Even if it was a sin that could not be redeemed by 10,000 deaths, he must first deal with the opponent, and then consider how to punish himself. The situation was far from desperate. Although Faceless One held the hostage, Wang Lu also had a card in his hand. Moreover, it was a card that, in theory, was enough to crush everything. He had the support of Golden King. Without Golden King's acquiescence and secret help, his starting point in the Sea of Clouds might not necessarily be the Demon Castle, and outside the castle, it might not be that easy to find the abandoned chariot of Golden King. And the most important thing was, without Golden King's acquiescence, there would be no detailed map of the Sea of Clouds in the chariot. This was common sense that was easily overlooked. Even a slightly high-grade chariot would record the journey. Wang Lu's biggest goal in scavenging was not the chariot itself, but the journey that the chariot recorded. At the same time, this was also a secret that Wang Lu didn't tell anyone. When he took control of the chariot, he found that Golden King had indeed recorded his route to and from beautiful unique Pool Peak in the chariot's device. Although Golden King didn't explore the whole picture, he had recorded 60% of the terrain along the way. This map was a real priceless treasure. And the icing on the cake was that Golden King even thoughtfully marked some key locations on the map. This was the reason why Wang Lu dared to take the risk alone. The Endless Sea, the forgotten city of Atlantis. This was the place that Wang Lu had chosen to reverse the situation according to the Golden King's markings during the short confrontation. It was also the only opportunity that he could grasp. "Lioli, wait for me," as he muttered to himself. Wang Lu tightened his grip on the final trump card in his hand. Atlantis, the forgotten city, the ruins abandoned by the gods. At the other end of the city ruins, a stiff-faced girl slowly walked. Relying on her own perception, she tracked the traces of Wang Lu while coldly glancing around. As her body moved, she vaguely felt bursts of pressure. Legend has it that Atlantis was once the pinnacle of civilization in the Western continent. The dreamlike city was not even inferior to the legendary Penglai immortal domain in 9 regions. However, just like the Age of Chaos calamity in 9 regions, which destroyed the vast majority of the immortal civilization, Atlantis also sank permanently in this catastrophe. Rumor has it that Atlantis, because of its overly developed civilization, became arrogant and insufferably arrogant. The people of Atlantis were disrespectful to the gods, and thus were punished by the gods of the Western continent. Moreover, it was a permanent punishment. In the city of Atlantis, they would never receive the gift of the gods, only the wrath and curse of the gods. Of course, the legend was just a legend. Atlantis was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago, and the history of Holy Light religion was probably not that long. However, being in it, Faceless One could clearly feel the magical power of this place. It was the rejection of the divine power. The object of worship of Holy Light religion was the Sea of Holy Light, not the personification of the gods. However, since it was a religion, it also had something in common with the religion that worshipped the gods. The power of Holy Light was essentially a kind of divine power, so it seemed reasonable for it to be rejected in the city of Atlantis. Was this what Wang Lu was sure of? Did he choose this battlefield that was favorable to the pagans to try to make a comeback? A very clever idea. The rejection of the holy light in the ruins of Atlantis was firm and without any gap. The ubiquitous repulsive force made the parasitic Faceless One feel the pressure, which made it difficult for him to maintain a perfect spiritual occupation of Lu Li. This left an opportunity for Wang Lu. If it was a one-on-one showdown in the ruins, Faceless One could not guarantee that he would not reveal his flaws. In case Wang Lu used some method to expel him from Lu Li's body, the situation would be instantly reversed. While thinking, Faceless Demon had already captured Wang Lu's position. He was hiding in an abandoned palace, ready to make a move. It seemed that he was waiting for her arrival, but it also seemed that he might rush out at any time, which caught her off guard. Faceless One did not continue to move forward, nor did he use the hostage to force Wang Lu to come out. He gently shook his head and inwardly sneered. Taking advantage of the geographical advantage of Atlantis was really a naive idea. Because he did not intend to have a one-on-one fight with Wang Lu. Previously, he used the hostage because there was no other way to catch up with him. But now that he had been dragged out of the vehicle, the rest of the work could be handed over to the laborers. Faceless One did not trust Paul, Ferdinand, and the others, but when needed, he would not reject using their power. Humph, it's time to let those idiots play their role. Then, he used the connection between his avatar and his main body to send a signal. At the same time, in another place in the Sea of Clouds, the holy chariot was moving at top speed. Because of the overload, the energy core was constantly groaning, which made the atmosphere inside the chariot particularly anxious. Faceless, why haven't we caught up with them after chasing for so long? Didn't you say they stopped? Paul asked anxiously. When he heard that Wang Lu and his team had obtained the inheritance of Golden King, a level 8 vehicle, Paul could not help but panic about the prospect. He had long known that as the administrator of the king's treasure house, he was not liked by Golden King. If not for Golden King's remnant soul, which had lost the actual control of the treasure house, he would have been expelled by Golden King long ago. And this time, in the face of Wang Lu's challenge, he had no doubt that Golden King would secretly make his move. Once he let Wang Lu break through, the administrator title would inevitably change hands. At that time, his situation would be worse than death. Seeing that Faceless One was silent inside the vehicle, Paul could not help but say, "Faceless, this is not just about me, but about the development of the entire holy religion." Found it. Faceless One suddenly opened his mouth and then pointed to a certain direction in the Sea of Clouds. "Go there, they are hiding there." Paul's spirit was shaken. "Good, everyone, let's work harder. As long as we intercept those heretics, we will win." Under the urging of Paul, the holy chariot sped up a bit. Under the extreme speed, the body of the chariot constantly trembled, as if it could fall apart at any time. However, it was bound by the joint efforts of several people inside the chariot, wrapped in a powerful holy light, and could not break free. Before long, the chariot broke through the layers of Sea of Clouds and came to a blue ocean. "What is this place?" "The place where the enemy is hiding." Faceless One didn't explain more. He just led the chariot straight into the sea, and then, in the monstrous waves, went straight into the deep sea area, where Atlantis was located. After approaching Atlantis, the city ruins rejected the holy light, which made the holy light religion people vigilant. What is this place? How could it reject the power of the holy light so much? Ferdinand was surprised to find that his power, which was suppressed by the Sea of Clouds, had actually dropped by half a level. Paul fiercely said, "Cunning heretics! To hell with this savage land." Amidst the curse, the group of people finally landed at the designated location of Faceless One. In the square of the ruins, the holy cabin door opened, which caused the entire overburdened chariot to shake. The group of people impatiently rushed out of the chariot, but they didn't find any trace of the heretics. Ferdinand asked in a cold voice, "Faceless, where the hell are they?" "Over there." In the deep sea, the voice became a bit strange, but Ferdinand could still hear that it was a crisp and sweet voice of a woman. He turned his eyes and saw a beautiful but vaguely familiar girl slowly walking over. She had a near-perfect figure, but for some reason, her right hand was missing 5 fingers. The Supreme Inquisitor was stunned, and then he realized, "This is the trophy of your spirit occupation, and also your card?" Using spirit occupation to capture the hostage and then using the hostage to threaten the opponent to surrender was a common trick of Faceless One. Although it was old-fashioned, it was tried and tested. Faceless One was too lazy to answer and just said, "The target is in that palace. You guys go and purify him. Ferdinand, you stay here with 2 archbishops to protect the hostage. 3 archbishop-level death soldiers, plus the good-for-nothing Paul, who was still a holy one." With the 4 of them joining hands, no matter how great his ability was, Wang Lu would still end up dead. However, Faceless One did not relax his vigilance. He refused to give Wang Lu even the slightest chance. Obviously, it was already a fatal situation, yet he still arranged a heavy force around the hostage, leaving no flaws. Soon, Paul led the 3 archbishops into the palace, while the Supreme Inquisitor led the remaining 2 archbishops to guard Faceless One's side. At this time, Faceless One suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. It was indistinct, and at the same time, it was also disturbed by many noisy smells in the deep sea, making it difficult to identify it. "Do you smell anything?" Faceless One asked Ferdinand. The latter twitched his nose and frowned. "It seems to be the fragrance of meat." Faceless One was stunned. The deep-sea abandoned city couldn't even light a fire, so where did the fragrance of meat come from? Ferdinand's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. In addition to praying to the holy light, one of his hobbies was food. Therefore, he had a strong ability to recognize this smell. "This smell seems to be the cooking method of those yellow-skinned bastards. I remember it's called pork stewed with vermicelli. Moreover, they added a lot of vinegar, so it's very sour. Pork stewed with vermicelli. How can there be the smell of pork here?" However, before he could think too much, Faceless One suddenly felt that the body that was occupied by his spirit was somewhat out of his control. A strong will boiled inside his body, and his previously heavily injured right arm involuntarily lifted up. 5 fingers were cut off, and from the hollow of his palm, a dense sword chi, like a simple and unadorned flying sword that wanted to pierce the blue dome of heaven, flew out. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword pierced through Ferdinand's chest and came out of his back. A transparent hole suddenly opened up. Chapter 348. Ferdinand had always distrusted Faceless One, but he believed in his devotion to the holy light. He also believed that as long as they had the same belief and the same goal, they would have the opportunity to travel together. Therefore, he never thought that one day the other side would suddenly change sides. This blow was so fast and ruthless that he simply had no time to react. The severe wound on his chest shocked Ferdinand. The Supreme Inquisitor incredulously looked at Faceless One and then looked down at his wound. The wound caused by the flying sword showed no sign of healing. Originally, with the Supreme Inquisitor's legendary level strength, even if his body was torn apart, he could quickly regenerate it. However, at this time, he was suppressed by both sides, and his strength was only at the intermediate high-order level. Moreover, this sword contained an irresistible penetrating force. The wound was constantly eroded by the adhering force, completely unable to recover. What was even more fatal was that the tip of the sword seemed to be coated with a highly toxic poison. The Supreme Inquisitor's strength quickly dissipated from the wound, completely irreparable. It was as if this was a long-planned assassination, and the strong targeting was frightening. Faceless, you. The Supreme Inquisitor struggled to maintain his standing posture. He wanted to ask why Faceless One plotted against him. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out, and he was completely unable to speak. The next moment, he was even more desperate to see the two archbishops fall beside him. It turned out that the power of the sword just now was beyond his imagination. At the same time that the sword pierced his chest, the aftermath dispersed, and the unparalleled sword wind cut off the heads of the two archbishops. 3 kills in one sword, 3 kills in one sword. How could there be such a sharp sword in this world? With intense astonishment, the Supreme Inquisitor's line of sight fell into darkness. And the one who was also shocked by this sword strike was Faceless One himself. Why? What's going on? Although Faceless One was experienced and knowledgeable, he was also shocked by this sudden change. His spirit occupation of Luli should be absolute. Even if in Atlantis City, his spirit occupation was suppressed, he still had absolute confidence that it would not leave any opportunity for him to take advantage of. The consciousness of Luli has obviously been suppressed by him in the deepest darkness, and the most likely to erupt at several points: the yearning for Wang Lu, the attachment to her master, and the desire for swordsmanship, were all blocked by his spirit occupation. But just now, a powerful will erupted like a volcano. It was unstoppable, and it directly penetrated his rule. It took over his body's right hand and summoned a flying sword that had been hibernating in his body, Skybreaker. Skybreaker was the weapon that Luli obtained from the ancient sword tomb. It was once a famous immortal sword in 9 regions. Although the sword spirit had fallen, its sharpness did not diminish in the slightest. Wherever the sword touched, there was nothing that it could not destroy. Even the Supreme Inquisitor would find it difficult to escape. Moreover, this sword came too suddenly, and no one could react in time. Without taking any precautions, who in the world would dare to go head-on against the edge of an immortal sword? After that sword strike, Faceless One tried his best to suppress the right hand that had gone berserk. However, once this force broke out, it was difficult to control. Especially after the Skybreaker was unsheathed, its sharpness was unparalleled. His spirit occupation was ineffective, and instead, the force that he left in Luli's body was constantly weakened. As for the Skybreaker, after the full power of the one-sword triple kill, although it was indeed a bit weak, its sharpness was still sharp. Faceless One's body was seriously injured by Aya's sword strike, and then he risked his injury to use his spirit occupation. Actually, he was already in a precarious situation. He had no fighting ability at all, so he didn't dare to be too close to the berserk Skybreaker. Therefore, while trying his best to maintain the spirit occupation, Faceless One quickly retreated. However, before he could even take 2 steps back, he saw that his out-of-control right hand suddenly thrust the sword back, as if he wanted to commit suicide. Faceless One was inwardly shocked. How could he dare to let this sword stab him? If Luli really committed suicide, Wang Lu was likely to activate his life-saving prop to withdraw from the scene. Those 10 spirit sword heavenly talismans. Faceless One didn't think that Wang Lu was really faking it. The reason why he placed such a large force around Luli was to use the hostage to contain Wang Lu, so that he couldn't leave, and could only be besieged to death. Therefore, seeing that Luli's consciousness was awakened for some unknown reason, and at the same time, she intended to commit suicide, Faceless One immediately made a decision to stop her no matter what. His main body was here. As long as he merged with his avatar, the power of his spirit occupation would be further strengthened, and he would certainly be able to suppress the berserk will of Luli. However, the Skybreaker in Luli's hand was too powerful. Although it was a dead object, there was still a trace of Sword Demon's aura on it. Although it was only a trace, it could still force Faceless One, who was not in a complete state, to be unable to approach it. If Faceless One had to force his way closer, he would definitely be injured by the Skybreaker. The situation was extremely awkward, but Faceless One's reaction was extremely fast. Seeing that brute force was not going to work, he immediately changed his mind and shouted, "If you dare to commit suicide, your senior brother's life will not be guaranteed." Lu Li's berserk right hand suddenly stopped. Faceless One was inwardly shocked. Lu Li's stimulation was really not light. Resuscitation of her consciousness had unexpectedly reached the point where she could recognize the dialogue. Moreover, with the continuous resuscitation of her consciousness, the power of her spirit occupation continued to weaken, and it seemed like she was about to be completely out of control. Was there something special about her mind cultivation method, or was it because of the Skybreaker in her hand? For a time, Faceless One was unable to determine. However, resuscitation was also a good thing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to restrain her. "Listen, your senior brother is in that palace, and he has been surrounded by us. If you don't obey, he will die." If it was the normal Lu Li, upon hearing this, she would just snort disdainfully. "Senior brother is so powerful, why should I worry about him? I just need to protect myself, and that would be the biggest help to him." However, at this time, Lu Li was still under Faceless One's spirit occupation, so her consciousness was not clear. She just vaguely felt that she must not let her senior brother be trapped in a dangerous situation. Seeing that Lu Li was stabilized, Faceless One's heart was somewhat at ease. He didn't need Lu Li to be immediately obedient. As long as she was confused and hesitant, it would be enough for Paul and the others to purify Wang Lu. At this time, Paul and the others have been in the palace for some time. With their absolute strength advantage, the outcome of the battle would soon be clear. Sure enough, there was a loud rumbling sound from the ruins of the palace, and most of the palace collapsed under the impact of the huge force. The dust was stirred by the seawater and dispersed in all directions, which carried a strong smell of blood. The desolate and lonely figure of Wang Lu stood on the rubble. He had lost his right arm and left eye, and his whole body was bathed in blood. However, his left hand was still holding the sword, and he still drew out a 3-foot sword defense, resisting all the external forces. He was like a lonely pine tree in a blizzard. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not hide his crumbling posture. To be able to persist for a moment under the siege of Paul and the 3 archbishops without dying. Although this was also because most of the power of the Holy Light religion's people were suppressed by the law, Wang Lu's defensive ability was still breathtaking. A young man who had yet to reach King Pill, who had yet to enter high order, could actually withstand several rounds of siege in the face of 4 powerful enemies whose strength was far above that of ordinary high-order cultivators. This kind of powerful defensive ability was simply unheard of. If given time, when he broke through the King Pill and reached Yuanying, perhaps he would be able to walk sideways in the Western continent. Unfortunately, that was a thing in the future, a future that could never appear. "Kill him!" Faceless One coldly ordered, showing no mercy. Paul turned around and glared at Faceless One. Inwardly, he was extremely angry. At this moment, how could he not know that he had been deceived by Faceless One? There was no Golden King's level 8 chariot here. The real level 8 chariot had already gone far away and could no longer catch up. Faceless One wasted precious time and opportunity to deal with a young man whose strength was not even worth mentioning. However, at this moment, he had no choice. In addition to Faceless One, no one else could track the enemy's position in the sea of clouds. Even if they wanted to catch up, they couldn't. Moreover, Paul also knew that the young man in front of him was playing the role of the leader. Once he was beheaded, the other side would not be much of a threat. Faceless One's obsession with him was also reasonable. "Kill him." Paul roared and, at the same time, silently recited the hymn of the Holy Light in his mind, extracting the power of the Holy Light, which resonated with the 3 archbishops. The Holy Light gushed out from his body and rushed straight up. The 4 of them joined forces to fuse the Holy Light into a small sea of holy light. The pure and clean energy, driven by the thoughts of the 4 people, gradually condensed, deformed, and turned into a sharp sword. The Holy Light sword shone in all directions. Even in the territory of Atlantis, it was still difficult to cover its brilliance. In just a few rounds of fighting, they had already seen that Wang Lu was very good at fighting one against many. Under the non-phase sword defense, there was not much difference between 1 person and 10 people. This was also an important reason why he could persist for several rounds under the siege of 4 people. If they wanted to kill him, they had to fuse their power into a higher level of power and crush all his defenses in one fell swoop. In the face of the Holy Light sword above his head, Wang Lu's complexion was unprecedentedly dignified. Non-phase method was indeed the world's #1 defensive method. No matter which continent, there was no method that could match it. However, non-phase method, after all, was not omnipotent. In the face of such a desperate situation, perhaps non-phase sword. And at this moment, a clear and crisp shout came from afar, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. "Senior brother." Wang Lu was startled and turned his head to look. He didn't know when, but Luli had completely regained her freedom. With an eager face, she flew through the air. The more than 10 flying swords around her seemed to be overflowing with light. They flowed out from her sleeves and skirt, interweaving into a rainbow, which was too beautiful to behold. However, Wang Lu was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. He roared, "Luli, get out of here." After all the hardships, choosing the right place, personally acting as the bait, and using a strange method to break the spirit occupation, did he want her to die together with him? Seeing that Luli got rid of the spirit occupation and even killed Ferdinand and the others, Paul and the others were also surprised. However, seeing her and Wang Lu's reaction, after a moment of surprise, they were pleasantly surprised. They wanted the 2 of them to die together. Therefore, they simply let go of the encirclement and let Luli come to Wang Lu's side. "Senior brother, forget it, since you're already here, let's just take things as they come." Wang Lu smiled bitterly. Holding the sword with one arm, he gently held Luli in his arms. Around the 2 of them, the people of Holy Light religion gradually surrounded them. In addition to Paul and the other 3, the Supreme Inquisitor Ferdinand and the 2 archbishops also came over with pale faces. Although they were just beheaded by Luli's sword strike, the gift of Holy Light gave them a chance to come back from the dead. At this time, even though they were weak, they firmly stood on the front line, completely cutting off the hope of survival for Wang Lu and his senior sister. A wonderful performance, full of twists and turns. Faceless One slowly approached them, but when he reached a certain distance, he stopped and cautiously hid behind the protection of his companions. Indeed full of twists and turns. Wang Lu sighed with emotion. "I really didn't expect this child to be stupid enough to not know how to cherish the opportunity to escape. Using a strange method to break through the spirit occupation, and then using the Skybreaker to kill 3 people, Luli just had the opportunity to escape alone." After all, the other party's focus was on Wang Lu, and when the Skybreaker was officially launched, it also had a considerable suppression effect on the spirit occupation. However, Luli resolutely chose to live and die together with him. This was even contrary to common sense, because Wang Lu's education for Luli had always been to take care of herself, not to care about others, especially not about him, Wang Lu. However, the first thing that Luli did after the resuscitation was to throw the teachings of her senior brother to the back of her head. "This reminds me of the words that I said to her on the night of the celebration in Dragon City," Faceless One lightly said. At that time, he instigated Luli to sacrifice herself to help Wang Lu with vicious intention. Later on, after being seen through by Wang Lu wanted Lu Li to forget every word of those words. Lu Li would not pretend to agree but secretly oppose. At that time, she said that she would forget, so naturally, she would forget. However, there were some things that didn't need Faceless One to instigate. When things came to a head, Lu Li would naturally make the same judgment, sacrificing herself to help her senior brother, even if, in fact, she couldn't help much. Seeing this, Faceless One only dared to ridicule her in his heart. "Senior brother, I didn't listen to your instruction, I'm sorry." Lu Li seemed to be completely unaware of her situation. Her smile was still as brilliant as a flower. Wang Lu sighed. "Forget it, dying together with you can at least help you improve your average IQ." While speaking, he hugged Lu Li even tighter. His warm body dispelled the coldness of the deep sea. As his body rubbed, a unique stick-like thing quietly rubbed from Wang Lu's waist to Lu Li's lower abdomen. Lu Li's eyes looked down, and through the deep ravine on her chest, she vaguely saw a very familiar thing on her lower abdomen. Although you're disobedient, I'm really glad that you're here. This thing is just right for you to hold in your hand. Take it." Lu Li obediently stretched out her hand and held that thing tightly. It was the joystick that she had seen on the vehicle. She didn't know when it was pulled down by Wang Lu and brought here. At this time, the fully prepared Holy Light Religion people also made the decision to attack. Kill them. At the same time, Lu Li held the joystick upside down and held it high. Faceless One's eyes narrowed, and his heart almost stopped. How could it be it? How could it be it? Golden King actually hid this treasure in the vehicle and used it as a joystick? The next moment, a copious amount of energy burst out from the top of the joystick. Lu Li, holding the short stick, was stimulated by the energy. Her figure involuntarily swelled up, and at the same time, a rough shout burst out from her chest. For _Casmadon. Chapter 349. As the ancient said, the right time, the right place, and the right people were the three magical weapons to win the war. However, for Wang Lu, he didn't have any of these three magical weapons. In terms of the right time, this was the time when Holy Light Religion was fighting on multiple fronts. The whole religion was in high alert. In terms of the right place, the king's treasure house was Holy Light Religion's own backyard. As for the right people, in the face of a group of legends and quasi-legendaries, how could they talk about the right people? Any rational person would not choose to fight against Holy Light Religion in such a situation. However, Wang Lu confidently rushed forward, neither calling for help from his sect nor waiting for a better opportunity to appear. Where did he rely on? Was it really because his immortal cultivation was too smooth that he forgot himself? Wang Lu, of course, was not that stupid. This time, he rushed into the king's treasure house. Although it was a risky move, he was taking a risk and not throwing away his life. He had his own assurance of victory. This assurance was the support of Golden King himself. Wang Lu had enough confidence to win the support of Golden King. First, the two sides had the same interests. Holy Light Religion occupying the king's treasure house was obviously against the will of Golden King himself. However, as a wisp of remnant soul, he did not have the capital to confront it head-on. He was like a king who was a mere figurehead. However, the appearance of Wang Lu gave him the possibility to regain his authority. As a person of 9 regions, it was impossible for Wang Lu to live here for a long time. Therefore, the long-term interests of the two sides were not contradictory. Second, Wang Lu's posture was ingenious. With the pride of Golden King, it was impossible for him to admit that he had lost control of the situation. Therefore, Wang Lu never took the initiative to mention any alliance or assistance. Instead, he cautiously maintained a neither servile nor overbearing attitude, neither appearing greedy nor weak. In the first few trials, he fully demonstrated his talent and repeatedly dealt a serious blow to the usurping minister of Holy Light religion. As for the secret support of Golden King, he accepted it all without being greedy. This was the attitude of a loyal minister to the king. Third, Wang Lu was talented and his personal ability was against the heaven. He could repeatedly perform miraculous comebacks, which made Golden King very happy. Golden King was naturally willing to generously reward him and support him to continue to move forward. In summary, although the two sides had never made it clear, Wang Lu was confident that he had indeed won the support of Golden King. And as a remnant soul, what was the value of Golden King's support? To Wang Lu, it was priceless. No matter how down and out Golden King was, he was still the master of the treasure house. A little quiet action could benefit people endlessly. Especially from the beginning of the Sea of Clouds, Golden King seemed to fully trust Wang Lu and spared no effort in his support. From the starting point of the Sea of Clouds to the unearthing of the chariot, from the map stored in the station car to the magical joystick. If Wang Lu could win this round, most of the contribution came from Golden King, but this was also a matter of course. Without this kind of support, Wang Lu would not come to court death. And now, Wang Lu turned out the last card that Golden King gave him, which was also the most powerful card. The scepter held by the King of Atlantis, the leader who had once led the people to rebel against the gods. It symbolized that the king would not submit to any god, and the wielder would be immune to all gods' powers. It was simply the perfect nemesis of Holy Light religion. However, the drawback was that its effectiveness was limited, and in addition to immunity to the divine power, it basically had no other function. Wang Lu held the scepter in his hand for a long time but refused to activate it. It was precisely because for him, even if he could activate the scepter in exchange for a moment of invincibility, he would be powerless to make progress. However, the arrival of Lu Li reversed everything. The girl had an explosive attack that was far beyond her level. Once she gained immunity, she would become an unstoppable war machine. Casmadon. Holding the scepter, Lu Li was stimulated by the power and involuntarily let out a roar. It was a rough roar that completely did not belong to a girl. The sound waves surged through the sea and set off layers of twisted ripples. Facing the sound waves, the faces of the Holy Light religion believers were aghast. Because under that roar, they actually felt that it was difficult to resist. Their internal organs were shaken out of place, and the blessing of the Holy Light seemed to have disappeared. If it were other people, perhaps the effect of immunity to the divine power could only be limited to defense. However, for Lu Li with her brilliant sword heart, it was easy for her to extend this power to attack. The next moment, the sword chi that swept through thousands of troops swept across with earth-shattering power. The 5 archbishops who bore the brunt of the attack didn't even have the time to utter a sound before they were swept by the sword chi. Their bodies were as if they were cut into countless pieces by thousands of knives. Paul's face was aghast, but as a holy one, his reaction speed was extremely fast. With a thought, he flashed dozens of miles away into the deep sea area. His life-saving ability was brought into full play. The Supreme Inquisitor's reaction was faster, but he had just been resurrected, so he couldn't be as flexible as Paul. In the face of the sweeping sword chi, he could only hold his own holy object, the ruling sword, in front of his body, hoping that this holy object that was bred in the sea of holy light could resist this disaster for him. However, after a crisp sound, the ruling sword was cut into 2. However, the aftermath of the sword chi hasn't been completely offset, so it cut off half of the Supreme Inquisitor's body. Faceless One was seriously injured, so his performance was even more unbearable. Although he stood at the back, his reaction was also the slowest. After being swept by the sword chi, his body shook and then disintegrated into countless fine powder. Lu Li's full power strike with the scepter was earth-shattering, which had the power to exterminate the Holy Light religion. 5 archbishops and 1 holy one fell under this sword strike, and Faceless One's body didn't even remain. However, the burden on Lu Li was also extremely heavy. Despite the scepter's support, she still felt a burst of dizziness, and her jade mansion tightened as if it was about to burst. This was a sword strike that completely exceeded her limit. If not for her special physique, this sword strike would have caused her to go berserk. However, seeing that the battle was about to be decided, Wang Lu still didn't stop. He pointed his broken arm forward. "Go after Paul." Without hesitation, Lu Li moved according to his order. Her body turned into a rainbow light, and like a lightning, she rushed toward the direction of Paul's escape. Her momentum was like a sword, and the tens of thousands of tons of deep-sea pressure seemed to be nothing, unable to stop her in the slightest. At the same time, dozens of miles away, Paul, who was still in a state of shock, had yet to regain his composure when he saw a bright light approaching from afar, rapidly approaching. With his amazing eyesight, Paul's eyes penetrated the darkness of the deep sea and saw that the person who came was Lu Li. It was just that, after the girl's full power strike, she quickly chased after him, so her consumption was quite severe. Especially since the power of the scepter was also rapidly fading, the girl's body continued to shrink. Being firm and fierce would not last long. Rationally, if Paul turned around and fought back, his winning rate would actually be quite high. Even if he was the most worthless Holy One, he was still a Holy One, so his understanding of power was far above Lu Li. In addition, his own stage was also high, and he gradually got rid of the suppression of Atlantis City. With these several factors combined, he had no reason to be afraid to fight. If it were Ferdinand, he would definitely turn around and fight back. However, Paul had long been scared out of his wits. Seeing that Lu Li was like a hot knife cutting through butter, he turned around and ran, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. However, by a stroke of luck, at the beginning, Lu Li's speed was much faster than his. The distance between the two continued to shorten, and after a while, Lu Li found it difficult to continue. Her speed became slower and slower, and the distance between the two gradually widened. After a while, the power of the scepter completely subsided, and Lu Li returned to normal. The previous overload caused by the internal injury backlash, which made her cough up blood. Seeing this, Paul was overjoyed. If he could catch this woman, he could reverse the situation. However, just as he turned around to capture Lu Li, he heard the rumbling sound of the surging sea behind him, as if there was a terrifying giant approaching at an extremely fast speed. Deep-sea beast? There's one here too? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Paul felt a sharp pain in his back, and then a violent impact bombarded him. The next moment, he felt that his body suddenly became light and fragmented. After that, the endless darkness engulfed him. Not far away, Lu Li, who had to stop because of the heavy burden, was surprised to see a burst of golden light in front of her. In the middle of the light, the conical tower was lying flat, like a sharp lance. The tip of the lance was still stained with Paul's body fragments. Aya. Sister, cough, cough. Lu Li slightly opened her mouth, but just as she tried to speak, her mouth was blocked by the blood that gushed out. The girl coughed incessantly, and her slender waist was forced to bend down. Before long, the Night King, who was dressed in military uniform, hugged Lu Li and reached out to stroke her back to soothe her injury. Lu Li, don't talk, leave the rest to me. Okay. The girl nodded, uttered a sweet nasal sound, and then, unable to hold on any longer, fainted. The Night King picked up Lu Li and returned to the chariot. The conical tower slowly rotated and gradually accelerated forward. Before long, they arrived at the ruins of Atlantis. In the middle of the ruins, Wang Lu leaned against a broken stone pillar, half lying on the ground. His whole body was covered with wounds, and he looked desolate and miserable. However, the smile on his face was particularly relaxed. Seeing the slowly approaching chariot, Wang Lu shook his head. "Didn't I tell you to take Little Bai and the others straight to the finish line and leave me alone?" Aya jumped out of the chariot and said with dissatisfaction, "You said to leave the rest to me, but you didn't say that we should leave you behind." Wang Lu said, "I thought with your perception, you should understand what I'm talking about." Aya gave tit for tat. "I thought with your perception, you should understand that I can't leave you alone. TSK, you disobedient ruler of a subjugated country. Hey, people who don't know how to give up can't be successful. When you cook, it's because you don't know how to put less seasonings, and you don't use fire when you should, that's why you always make dark cuisine. Is this how you treat your savior?" Wang Lu laughed. "I caught an unexpected captive, so I'm in a good mood to make fun of you." "Captive? Faceless one." "What?" Upon hearing that Wang Lu had captured Faceless One, Aya's shock was no less than the moment when Faceless One appeared and his spirit occupied Lu Li. More than 100 years ago, when he was still very weak, the church's sharp knife that could give Aya a headache was actually captured. "Faceless One was captured by you? Where?" Wang Lu pointed to his head. "Here." Chapter 350. Buzz. As soon as Wang Lu's voice fell, Aya unsheathed her caliban and pointed the sharp blade at Wang Lu. "Who exactly are you?" While speaking, without waiting for Wang Lu's reply, her sword had already chopped down. Wang Lu was taken aback. He raised the sword of Mount Kun to block Aya's attack and cursed, "What the hell, dead chef, you want to rebel? You can't even recognize me, the one and only returning customer of Spirit Sword Mountain?" Aya resentfully put down the caliban. "I thought your spirit was occupied by that guy. To some extent, you two are quite similar. You're really blind. But, did you really capture him?" Aya still found it hard to believe. The most difficult thing to deal with Faceless One was that his whereabouts were unpredictable. Not long ago, when she used the Caliban to seriously injure him in Dragon City, she still failed to eliminate him, let alone capture him alive. Regarding Aya's suspicion, Wang Lu also sighed with emotion. Faceless One is indeed an exceptionally powerful opponent. This time, when I broke into the king's treasure house, it seemed like I was courting my own death. Actually, with the support of Golden King, I was basically assured of victory. However, because of his appearance, I almost capsized several times. This guy's will to fight is so strong that I've never seen anything like it in my life. Just now, little Lazuli wiped out the entire team with a single sword strike, destroying Faceless' physical body and the spirit he left in Lazuli's body. However, at the moment of crisis, he used his remaining strength to launch a counterattack and targeted me with mind occupation. Huh. Wang Lu said, at that time, the overall situation was just settled, and a normal person's spirit was completely relaxed. Plus, I was seriously injured, and my mood was up and down, so it was easy for him to take advantage of me. It can be said that in the whole battle, the best time to make a move was precisely at the moment when the outcome was already decided. He's indeed a cunning opponent. Aya sighed. Although looking at Wang Lu's appearance, he had properly resolved the final counterattack of Faceless One, listening to him mention the situation just now still made people nervous. However, because that moment was the best time, not only he was clear about it, I was also clear about it. I've been waiting for him for a long time, and I've finally waited for the chance for him to use himself as a gambling stake. After that, there's nothing else to say. In the state of remnant soul, Faceless could not break through the defensive circle of my non-phase method. Under the collision, his soul almost flew away. So, I suppressed him in my non-phase immortal heart. For the time being, he can be regarded as a prisoner. Wang Lu said, seemingly shrugging his shoulders, but the truth was not that simple. Why would Faceless One make a futile struggle? His counterattack at the last moment was exceptionally fierce, almost piercing through Wang Lu's defense and successfully occupying his mind. It could be said that the most dangerous part of this battle was the last moment. However, no matter how thrilling it was already over. Although Faceless One was only a hair away from a comeback, this hair was a world of difference. A victory was a victory, no matter how thrilling it was still a victory. After a moment of silence, Aya asked, "How do you plan to deal with Faceless One?" It just so happened that Wang Lu was also thinking about this question, so he casually replied, "Lock them up in the flesh puppets and humiliate them?" What? Huh? Wang Lu suddenly came to his senses. Remembering that Aya has always been an upright person, he corrected himself, "I mean to influence him with justice and benevolence, to let him put down the butcher's knife." Aya felt that Wang Lu was simply looking down on her IQ. Wang Lu sighed. "To be honest, I'm also very embarrassed. No matter how cruel the torture method is, compared to what he did, I still feel that my imagination is insufficient." With that, Wang Lu cast a glance at the still unconscious Lu Li. Although the wound on the girl's right hand had healed, her once slender fingers haven't been regenerated. Lu Li was a sword cultivator, so the importance of her fingers couldn't be even the slightest bit of mistake. Therefore, as a medical practitioner, Bai Shixian didn't dare to act rashly. She was waiting for the situation to stabilize and then seriously prepare for the treatment. Alas, the girl's slender jade-like hand has turned into a doryman. It really breaks people's heart. Aya curiously asked, "What is a doryman?" Wang Lu was also taken aback. Hey, in the face of little Lu Li's injury, you actually care about doryman? No wonder people say that the Night King has no humanity. Aya was flabbergasted and felt extremely ashamed. Wang Lu sighed. "Right now, I intend to simply take him back to the sect and let the Heavenly Sword Hall elders deal with him. After all, they are all experienced people, so I believe that with my master's deep lower limit, they would certainly contribute something new." Thinking of the famous fifth elder of Spirit Sword Mountain, especially her abnormal lower limit, Aya couldn't help but feel a chill. Moreover, this Faceless One has so many secrets, wouldn't it be a pity to just kill him like that? If I don't squeeze out all of his remaining value, I would feel sorry for my hard work. Yes, I really can't let him off too easily. Thinking of the past and recent enmity, Aya didn't have any sympathy. She seriously nodded in agreement. "At present, I'll try my best to lock him up. This guy's means are strange and changeable. If he escapes, all my previous efforts would be wasted," Wang Lu said. Although he was reluctant, he still earnestly operated his non-phase method to stabilize his immortal heart. "So, do you want to continue?" Aya looked at Wang Lu's scarred body and couldn't help but ask, "Can you still hold on?" Wang Lu scolded, "When a woman asks a man this kind of question, do you expect to get a second answer?" "Of course I can." While saying that, he staggered to stand up. His robe was torn, his body was full of scars, and he looked unprecedentedly embarrassed. Aya sighed and then silently reached out her hand to support Wang Lu. "Yo, left hand Lu Li, right hand me, left hand embracing both men and women, really worthy to be the Night King." Aya said, "If you say that again, I'll leave you behind." After returning to the war chariot, Wang Lu really couldn't drive, so he calmly recuperated in the corner. Bai Shixian was next to him, healing his injury, but the recovery speed was very slow. Aya inserted the scepter in Lu Li's hand back into the control panel and complained, "You said you'll leave it to me, but before you left, you pulled the joystick away and almost destroyed our chariot." "It doesn't matter, I already knew that a person as tough as you would definitely find something to put back." Aya shook her head and no longer paid attention to Wang Lu. Instead, she concentrated on operating the chariot. The chariot contained the map left by the Golden King, so the direction was very clear. The chariot rushed out of the deep sea, and before long, it returned to the main road and rapidly moved forward in the sea of clouds. Along the way, without any words, Wang Lu closed his eyes and operated his non-phase immortal heart, suppressing Faceless One until he couldn't move. After the non-phase immortal heart stabilized, Wang Lu opened his eyes. The tower-shaped chariot had traveled half the distance, and the journey was smooth. And with the help of Bai Shixian, the King Pill-level God Healer, Lu Li's injury was also stabilized, which finally made people feel relieved. However, although he was relieved, Wang Lu still couldn't help but feel heavy. This time, Lu Li was in danger, but thanks to a bit of luck, she was finally able to reverse the situation. Although she had the support of the Golden King, every step was still cautious. After all, the person involved was Lu Li, so he couldn't help but worry. This accident was no doubt due to the means of Faceless One, and Wang Lu was also thoughtless. However, the root cause was that Lu Li, a person with brilliant sword heart and clear mind, unexpectedly had such a big psychological defect, which was really unexpected. Unexpectedly, because of her lovesickness period, she was actually taken advantage of by others. What a gaffe this was! Wang Lu didn't like to care about what had happened. Everything must be looked forward. Since he saw the defect in Lu Li, then he must find a way to make up for it. This love psychology and physical health education. When he returned to the mountain, he must earnestly teach it by example, so that this fool would remember it for the rest of her life. However, remembering that in the battle just now, this fool disregarded his previous teachings, resolutely gave up the opportunity to escape alone, and returned to live and die together with him, Wang Lu couldn't persuade himself to scold her anymore. If not for her disobedience, Wang Lu wouldn't have the means to stage a shocking comeback. Along the way, there was only the slight buzzing sound of the chariot. Aya held the joystick, maintaining the same direction. By the way, Wang Lu. Halfway through the journey, the chariot driver Aya suddenly asked, "Don't you think the rules here are strange? Why do we have to take the chariot to go forward? At present, we have already passed 3/4 of the journey, but I don't think we need to rely on external forces to break through those traps. Even if the strength of the participants is limited here, it's not so difficult that it can't be overcome." Wang Lu said, "Your artistic and fresh behavior of sitting in the chariot and feeling the relaxed environment of the outside world is very shameful. No, I'm really strange. You see, the rule that we have to take the chariot to enter the Sea of Clouds is even earlier than when Golden King took this place as his own. That is to say, it's not tailor-made by Golden King for us, but a rule that existed a long time ago. But what is the reason for the existence of this rule? Who set this rule?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lu was startled. After thinking about it carefully, he silently took out a rope and a helmet from his mustard seed bag. He put on the helmet and then tied himself to the ground with the rope with one hand. "What is this?" Aya asked doubtfully. Wang Lu said with a smile, "Nothing, I just remembered that we should wear a helmet and a seatbelt for safety. You continue to drive, I'll help Lu Li and the others. I have a bad feeling about this. Next, I'll have to trouble you to aim at the direction of beautiful unique Pool Peak and increase the speed of the chariot to the limit. Don't worry about it even if it will hurt the body." "What's going on?" While tying Lu Li to an object, Wang Lu replied, "At least from the current clues, the biggest possibility that I can think of is that there is an obstacle that cannot be overcome by manpower near beautiful unique Pool Peak. When people reach this obstacle, they will lose their ability to move. During this period, they must rely on the inertia and defense of the chariot to rush through. Our predecessors, who built the castle and other transit stations, discovered this problem in the process of exploring the Sea of Clouds. Therefore, They simply set the rule that people without a chariot don't have to go to the Sea of Clouds to die. In other words, it won't be long before we face the first impact, so I'll have to trouble Master to drive faster. Seeing that Wang Lu had tied the ropes for everyone except her, the driver, Aya couldn't wait to pull out the joystick and beat him. However, the next moment, an invisible impact came head-on. Aya's vision turned black and she suddenly lost all consciousness. Chapter 351. In the darkness, there was a little light. The light was erratic, and his consciousness was hazy. Wang Lu shook his head hard, but he couldn't become more awake. He was still drowsy. The surrounding was empty, and the distant light was erratic. Are you interested in making a deal? In the darkness, a familiar voice lingered in his ears. Ha! Wang Lu coldly sneered, refused without hesitation, and then closed his eyes again. However, the voice in his ears didn't give up. If you refuse this opportunity because of a moment of dislike, you are likely to regret it. For example, don't you want to know what will happen to Luli after her spirit is occupied? Wang Lu said, I'm not interested to know. In any case, even if I know, I can't cure it. Sooner or later, I will take her back to the mountain and hand her over to the elders to be dealt with. If they can deal with it, then deal with it. If they can't, at worst, she will become a vegetable. I will remember to water and fertilize her every day. It sounds like you're really not worried at all. However, from another perspective, don't you want to know the secret of spirit occupation? No. Really? You got the support of Golden King in the championship trial, and all the way, you were like a hot knife through butter. Those several idiots were obviously 100 times stronger than you, but they were played by you. The only obstacle you encountered was me, and the only thing I can threaten you with is spirit occupation. When I was seriously injured and dying, I could invade the genius cultivators of your 9 regions with spirit occupation. Are you really not interested in this skill? Wang Lu sneered, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they suddenly changed. Of course I'm interested. Well, although you really don't want to hear too much from me, deep in your heart, you must be interested in spirit occupation. For you, curiosity is a trait that will never be lacking. Wang Lu frowned and thought about another problem. Here, you can't lie. Yes, in this world, no one can lie, so you don't have to bother to deal with me with words, and you don't have to worry that I will lie to you. I can talk to you like this because of the blessing of this world. At present, I'm being suppressed by you very well, so you can rest assured. You're trying to sell me mind occupation. Are you trying to survive? I'm not that naive. If I fall into your hands, of course it'll be a fate worse than death. I'm looking forward to what kind of torture you'll bring me. So the deal I'm talking about isn't about buying my own life. Then what do you want? I hope you can stop your cooperation with Golden King, not only for me, but also for yourself. Faceless One's statement immediately aroused Wang Lu's interest. You want me to give up the king's treasure house? On the contrary, I hope that you can keep the treasury in your hands and not hand it over to others. Faceless One said, I can guess the tacit understanding between you and Golden King. He helped you defeat Holy Light Religion, and you helped him recapture the treasure house. The method used was nothing more than to give up the administrator authority after winning it, so that the authority would return to the hands of Golden King. You are not a native of this continent, so there is no real meaning in occupying the treasure house. It is better to sell it to Golden King as a favor. This way, maybe he can help you find what you want. And then? Faceless One said, I admit that your method can achieve your goal, but it's also the same if you change it. If you continue to go on and become the administrator with the highest authority, there will be no secret in this treasure house for you. And if you seek refuge with Golden King, the consequences may not be what you want. Golden King regaining control of the treasure house means that he has his own foundation in his remnant soul state. Given time, resurrection may not be impossible. And a resurrected Golden King may not matter to you in the Far East, but what about your friend? Although the Night King's territory is not in the center of the continent, with Golden King's way of ruling, sooner or later, you will face his threat. What do you think will happen to the Night King's character? Of course, the jade will be broken and the tile will be intact. When has Aya ever taken the initiative to admit defeat in her life? However, that day will never come. Wang Lu smiled and wanted to speak, but then he remembered the rules here, so he remained silent. You can't lie, but I can't say it. Moreover, for Golden King, the experience of his remnant soul state is not enough for outsiders to know. No matter how great your contribution is, just by witnessing his ugliness with your own eyes, you have already committed the original sin. On the other hand, you have made great contributions to Golden King, but what can you get? A gratitude that can't possibly be sincere, and a mere treasure. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Wang Lu lightly said, it's not ridiculous, at least not more ridiculous than your trivial spirit occupation. Faceless One said, spirit occupation is just an appetizer, I can give you far more than that. Wang Lu said with a smile, based on the fact that you, a prisoner who can neither live nor die, can't? Faceless One said, based on the fact that I am the founder of the Priory of Zion. What? Wang Lu was shocked. He thought that the defeat of Faceless One was already in the past, but unexpectedly, he could still play tricks. The founder of the Priory of Zion? Wasn't that one of the mortal enemies of Holy Light religion, the biggest opposition force hidden within the church, with a history of thousands of years? Faceless One was the church's knife that was deeply trusted by the Pope. Moreover, his debut was no more than 100 years ago, so he couldn't match the identity of the founder. Is it hard to understand? Faceless One said, Faceless One has indeed appeared in front of the world for only 100 years, but before Faceless One, there are too many identities. I can't even remember how many times I have reincarnated. Secondly, if I hadn't become a mad dog of the church and gained the deep trust of the Pope, do you think the Priory of Zion could survive under the suppression of Holy Light religion for thousands of years? Well, in that case, it does seem to make some sense. In other words, the so-called biggest opposition force of Holy Light religion is just their own dog. Faceless One said, any large organization will have its own opposition voice. Even if everyone's belief is the same, people's hearts are still different. And internal division is often a precursor to the collapse of an organization. Those so-called organizations that are destroyed by geniuses are more often destroyed by themselves. Holy Light religion used the Priory of Zion to gather the opposition, sometimes suppressing, sometimes supporting, playing in the palm of their hands. Thus, Holy Light religion can stand tall for thousands of years. Good method. Wang Lu sincerely praised. Faceless One said, however, the Priory of Zion, as an opposition force that has lasted for thousands of years, is not just pretending to resist the church. All along, we have been waiting for a suitable opportunity to oust the current power holder and replace him. And now, this opportunity has finally come. 80 years ago, Holy Light religion left its birthplace and moved the holy city to the king's treasure house. This is a very bold gamble. However, because of you, the church's foundation in the king's treasure house has been greatly shaken. Once the administrator's authority is taken away, the 100-year plan would go down the drain. At the same time, the church's strategic layout in the eastern region has also been disintegrated by the eastern cultivators. Instead of falling apart, the eastern city-states have become more closely united, and even allied with the intellectual city to oppose Holy Light religion. This can be said to be the most serious moment since the establishment of the church. There have been similar situations in the past, but at that time, when the foreign enemy came, Holy Light religion was unprecedentedly united. However, now, as long as you are willing to complete the deal with me, I can let the Priory of Zion be your help to overthrow the foundation of Holy Light religion's rule in the continent. Mobilize the Priory of Zion? How? Wang Lu asked, or do you think I will let you go? Faceless One said, I'm not that naive, and my deal with you is not for my survival. The special structure of the Priory of Zion makes it unnecessary for me, the founder, to come forward. The one who will come forward to lead the organization is another person. Another person? Joan of Arc, you should have heard of her. Because when Rowan saw the Night King herself, he should have lamented her similarity to the Holy Woman. Wang Lu was even more surprised. What's the relationship between Joan of Arc and the Priory of Zion? Moreover, isn't she dead? She has never lived. Joan of Arc is just a fictional character. Her real identity is the body of the Night King. What? That's not strange, is it? The reason why the Night King's rule in Bretonia fell apart, in addition to her own problem, the Church's infiltration work has been indispensable. After the Night King's death, the Church soon invaded Bretonia, and I accidentally found her body. As a king whose realm was close to legendary, and whose real strength was more than the average legendary, her body did not collapse. Therefore, I sealed it up. Later, the riot caused by Joan of Arc was actually directed by a few high-level members of the Priory of Zion, including me. At that time, the claimed purpose was to expose the decadence of Holy Light religion, to attract more talents to join the Priory, and to enhance the cohesion of the Priory. But in fact it was just to bring down the two holy ones of the Church, the ones who, according to the rumor, made the decision to kill her. They used to be strong competitors for the Pope. However, after Joan of Arc's canonization, although they were not pursued, their prestige was greatly reduced, and there was no possibility for them to go further. Wang Lu asked, what happened to the Night King's body later? It was claimed that she was defeated and executed by the Holy One, but in fact, she was strictly sealed by the Church and guarded by the members of the Priory of Zion. Faceless One said, however, as long as they receive the correct password, the body will be unsealed and the Holy Woman will come back to life. The original intention of this move was to resurrect the Saintess when the prestige of the current Pope was damaged due to an accident. This was a method to strengthen the Pope's prestige in all aspects. Now, it can be used by you. If I'm not mistaken, the real Night King is now in the state of spirit of the brave departed, right? If she can find her own body and unite her spirit and body, it is very likely that she would be able to cross the legendary boundary that she could never cross in the past. And once the Night King becomes a legend, her strength will have a tremendous change. Perhaps, she would be able to stand side by side with the Pope and other top powerhouses in the continent. At the same time, she will get the full support of the Priory of Zion. Thousands of Holy Light believers and thousands of years of accumulated resources will be used by her. Her rule will be far above that of a mere Bretonia. Sounds good. Faceless One earnestly said, with the deep-rooted Holy Light religion in the Western continent, no matter how the crisis evolves, it is impossible to completely eradicate it. Even if the Holy Light religion retreats to the Western wilderness, its influence will remain in the original ruling area for a long time, which requires a new force to take over. And the Priory of Zion under the leadership of the Night King is the best choice. Wang Lu pondered for a moment. In other words, support a puppet regime? That sounds good, but I'm curious. You're busy, but you can't exchange your life for it, so what's in it for you? I've never cared about my own life and death. Compared to the average person, I've lived for too long. Faceless One earnestly said, it's true that no matter how much I do, I can't live. However, the faith in Holy Light can flourish forever. Is this what you call flourish forever? Wang Lu sneered. The ruling layer has been replaced and reduced to a puppet. Is this what you call flourish forever? Although holy light religion has suffered a blow, the faith in holy light can indeed continue to be passed on. Faceless One earnestly said, and for me, nothing is more important than this. Nothing is more important than this. Wang Lu gently nodded, as if deeply touched by Faceless One's awareness. In that case, I choose to refuse. Chapter 352. Refuse? Faceless One was somewhat surprised by Wang Lu's refusal. What's the reason? Because I don't like you, so anything that's good for you, I will deal with it in reverse. That's it? Faceless One said, I didn't expect you to be so naive. Because of your momentary liking and disliking, you can even ignore the overall situation? Wang Lu sneered. Pfft, overall situation? Who do you think I am? You actually want to tempt me with benefits? Why do you talk about liking and disliking me? Listen clearly, my momentary liking and disliking are far more important than your so-called overall situation. I am a cultivator of 9 regions, not your Western continent profession. For me, understanding is far more important than worldly power and wealth. If you want to talk about benefits with me, you're looking for the wrong person. That's ridiculous. Faceless One angrily said, Wang Lu directly interrupted him. Enough, no need to say anything. Just wait for Golden King to resurrect, and then your holy light religion and holy light faith will be completely eradicated. To be honest, just hating holy light religion is enough for me to stand on the side of Golden King. After a long silence, Faceless One laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. You will regret it. You don't know what you've done. What will you lose? Ha ha ha, since I don't know, why should I regret it? Let's talk about it when I know. Besides, let me borrow a saying from the ancient people, it's all very, very good, but I don't like it. As soon as his voice fell, the boundless darkness suddenly opened up, and a dazzling light lit up in front of him. The haze dispersed, and Faceless One's voice suddenly disappeared. In his line of sight, the towering beautiful unique pool peak was already in front of him. And beside him, Lu Li, Bai Shixian, and Quan Zouhua, were still unconscious. Only their gentle breathing proved that they were in good condition. The only one who was a bit embarrassed was Aya. Because she didn't have time to fasten her seatbelt, she fell and curled up on his leg. The place where he talked to Faceless One should be an independent space isolated by some spell. There, the challengers would undergo a very strict test. It was so strict that many ancient sages and mighty figures were helpless. They had no choice but to resort to trickery and use the inertia of the war chariot to break through the trial area. So, now, did Golden King's chariot, driven by inertia, carry them through the trial area? Or could it be that I completed the trial before the chariot broke through? Wang Lu curiously thought about it. In theory, since the others were still asleep and he was the only one awake, it should be the latter. However, he really didn't think that he deliberately did anything during the conversation with Faceless One. If it was a test, what was the test? But soon, his attention was attracted by the approaching beautiful unique pool peak. The towering mountain was like a majestic giant, bringing with it a suffocating pressure. Only by approaching it could one understand that the significance of this mountain was far more than just the end of the trial. He freed himself from the safety belt and reached out to control the chariot. He quickly climbed up the mountain, but the road was long. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lu finally reached the peak. There, an unexpected person was waiting for him. The man stood on the top of the mountain, with his back against the golden sun above the sea of clouds, shining with golden light. However, when he got closer, he found that the dazzling golden light did not come from the distant sun, but from him. Under that unparalleled brilliance, even the sunlight was overshadowed. Golden King? Wang Lu was stunned as he got out of the chariot. Although he was stunned, he felt that it was not incomprehensible. Humph, in view of your achievements, I grant you the qualification to call me by my name and talk to me. Golden King raised his head high and gently cast his eyes down. Feel honored. You are the only mortal who has received this gift in tens of thousands of years. Wang Lu faintly smiled and nodded. Then, Golden King slightly lowered his head, and his eyes revealed considerable appreciation. You are the only one who has reached the top of the mountain in tens of thousands of years, except for me. Wang Lu was a bit surprised. Only 2 people? Then before Holy Light Religion. At the mention of Holy Light Religion, Golden King's face became very gloomy. A group of lowly bastards, do you think they deserve to touch beautiful unique Pool Peak? Wang Lu pondered and asked, in other words, they haven't really completed the 5th trial of the Champion's Trial? They have. Golden King said, the content of the Champion's Trial only stops at the foot of beautiful unique Pool Peak. As long as they can break through the Sea of Clouds and break through the last obstacle of the Sea of Clouds, they will pass. I will not set a test that is beyond the upper limit of the ability of my subordinates, but at the same time, I will not let filthy lowly people defile my beautiful unique Pool Peak. Wang Lu pondered and said, so, it's impossible to climb beautiful unique Pool Peak in an ordinary way. Like I said, it's strange to use the chariot to break through the last obstacle of the Sea of Clouds, and it should not be the right way. But if there is no chariot, we can't even leave the castle. Could it be that there is a problem with the rule that only by using the chariot to reach the finish line? That is not a natural rule of this place, but a group of lowly and ignorant bastards who think themselves clever. Golden King's tone was arrogant, belittling those who built the castle as worthless. However, when he turned around, he seriously explained to Wang Lu, beautiful unique Pool Peak is a trial left by the ancient gods to the human world. It is the starting point for the human world to reach the heaven. The Sea of Clouds at the foot of the mountain is the first test to screen the mortals. In the Sea of Clouds, there are all kinds of trials in the human world, which requires the trial taker to have excellent courage, wisdom, and perseverance. However, what really determines whether a person can break away from the mortal world and ascend to the heaven is the last obstacle in the Sea of Clouds. I have kept the first half of it as my champion's trial, because those who can pass the first half must be the most outstanding warriors in the world, and only the most outstanding warriors in the world are worthy of being the champion under my command. As for the last half, there is no need for them to try it. Wang Lu asked, what is the content of the last obstacle? I was pulled into a strange space and made a deal with someone, but it didn't come to an agreement. That is the content of your trial. Golden King said, there, you will get an irresistible opportunity to make a deal. As long as you suffer a little bit, you can get endless benefits, power, wealth, or beauty. And this deal is not an illusory illusion, it can really be realized. Wang Lu nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Just now, in the illusion, the conditions put forward by Faceless One didn't seem to be a lie. If he was willing to make a deal with him, the benefits that he could get were immeasurable. Even if Holy Light Religion was severed, it was still a powerful first-rate organization in the Western continent. If placed in 9 regions, it was equivalent to Wang Lu having a high-rank immortal cultivation sect under his command. What Wang Lu needed to do was to pinch his nose and shake hands with Faceless One. After that, he would kill and bury those who should be killed and those who should be buried. There would be no impact, just pinching his nose. However, Wang Lu didn't like it, so he refused. Moreover, it was a sincere refusal. Could it be that not knowing good from bad, disregarding gains and losses is the secret to pass the test? Wang Lu couldn't help but laugh. Golden King solemnly said, "Not wronging one's mind with the change of external things is the first step for a mortal to become a god." Wang Lu curiously said, "If that's the case, that kind of brainlessness and unhappiness are not uncommon in the world. So, why are there only 2 people who can pass the final test and come to beautiful unique Pool Peak?" Golden King said, "Can brainlessness and unhappiness pass the previous test of the Sea of Clouds?" To be able to come here, one must be good at weighing the pros and cons, have a deep mind, and be resourceful. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but interrupt, "I think none of the people in my car can realize these conditions that you said." Surprisingly, Golden King didn't care about Wang Lu's rudeness, but contemptuously said, "That's why they can't even open their eyes here, they are not qualified to witness this great mountain. They joined the test as your subordinates, even if they follow you to the end, they can only serve as a foil. So that's how it is." Golden King returned to the topic and said, "Only those who are resourceful and good at weighing the pros and cons can go to the end. However, the more intelligent and thoughtful the mortal bastards are, the more they can't resist the temptation of the last test. Therefore, I did not expect that you would actually be able to make it here." Wang Lu faintly smiled and said, "More or less, I have some luck." Golden King said, "Then, let me ask you a question. If you have a very important and close person who died, and the one who mastered the method of resurrection was a treacherous villain that you have always disdained to pay attention to, would you trade with him in exchange for the resurrection of your close person?" Wang Lu pondered for a long time and then said, "From my point of view, I don't like to do things by wronging my mind. If the one who mastered the method of resurrection is a treacherous villain, then he can master it, so I should be able to as well. I don't need to trade with him, I just need to find another way. However, I can't guarantee that if I encounter a similar situation, I can refuse every time. After all, there are too many things in the world that make people helpless." Golden King nodded, and his eyes showed more approval. "Yes, having the mind alone can't prove anything, but when you can stand at the peak of the mortal world, there will not be many situations that make you helpless. And at that time, whether you have the mind or not, will be the biggest dividing line between mortals and gods. After I conquered beautiful unique Pool Peak and the Sea of Clouds at the foot of the mountain, I put it in my treasure house as a part of my champion's trial. During this period, I simplified many of the tests in the Sea of Clouds. But even so, for tens of thousands of years, you are the only one who can come to me. You have indeed proved your qualification. You are no longer a lowly and incompetent bastard, so I will also fully show the generosity of a king." With that, Golden King stretched out his hand and grasped the void. A moment later, a square block slowly condensed in his hand. "This is my reward for you." Wang Lu stared at the block with some trepidation, thinking, could it be that my reward for breaking through the boundary between mortals and gods is the soap personally given by Golden King? Chapter 353. Your Majesty, how should I say this? Wang Lu hesitantly opened his mouth, his mind rapidly turning as he prepared his lines. For Golden King, although the legends about him were more negative than positive, such as being a tyrant, bloodthirsty, and he was obsessed with his friends in his early years. However, in the trial of the king's treasure house, Golden King's support as a friendly was unquestionable. Without Golden King's several secret help on the way to the trial, Wang Lu and his group of young cultivators who hadn't even gotten the king pill would have already turned into ashes in front of the several holy ones of Holy Light religion. Moreover, according to historical records, those who could be so favored by Golden King were almost unique in his 10,000 years of rule. However, it was really difficult to bear the grace of a beauty. Golden King was indeed great, but he was not on that side. Your Majesty, I am indebted to you, but I am not the kind of person you think I am. Golden King felt a bit strange. What? You don't want it? I thought you, the cultivators of 9 regions, came here mainly for this thing. Wang Lu was suddenly stunned. When he took a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the F***ck?" The cube in Golden King's hand was not the imaginary soap with infinite information, but a simple and unadorned key imprinted with the ancient characters of 9 regions. Speaking of the key, a guess suddenly flashed through Wang Lu's mind, and it was also the only guess. Not only him, the entire Wuxian League of 9 regions cultivators came to the Western continent for this key. The key to the group of immortal tombs. Sure enough, it's here. Wang Lu gently sighed. His own guess was finally confirmed. The key to the group of immortal tombs was indeed in the king's treasure house. Although there were still too many questions, such as how did the key to the group of immortal tombs fall into the hands of Golden King, the key was already in front of him, so those questions were no longer important. However, Wang Lu did not have much joy or sense of accomplishment. Compared with this key to the group of immortal tombs, everything he did in the Western continent was far more significant. So much so that, for a while, he couldn't even think of this key. After experiencing so many ups and downs in the king's treasure house, the final result was this key? Wang Lu could not help but be somewhat stunned. While Wang Lu was stunned and silent, Golden King had thrown the key to Wang Lu. "Take it, this is your reward." Wang Lu nodded and calmly accepted the key. The so-called thunder, rain, and dew were the grace of the monarch. The key to the group of immortal tombs was much better than the golden soap, so he had no reason to refuse. As for the others, a person could not be too greedy. The reason why the Holy Light religion people were deprived of their administrator authority and disintegrated their ruling foundation, in the final analysis, was it not because they were too greedy? In the beginning, they must have won some of the favor of Golden King, which allowed them to become the administrator of the Golden King's treasure house. However, later on, they betrayed the trust of Golden King, regarded the king's treasure house as their own property, and wantonly manipulated it, which finally aroused the wrath of Golden King. Even though they were just wisps of remnant souls, they could still use other people's hands to inflict heavy damage to Holy Light religion. However, having said that, the choice of Paul as the administrator was also a foreshadowing of Golden King. Otherwise, if it were Faceless One, Ferdinand, Wang Lu, and the others, they might not be able to take advantage of the loophole so easily. The so-called emperor's scheme was really imperceptible. While thinking about these trivial things, Wang Lu sighed and said, "Next." Golden King said, "Next, there's nothing for you to do here. Take your men and leave." Wang Lu froze for a moment and then nodded. The so-called "nothing for you to do here" probably referred not only to the king's treasure house, but to the entire Western continent. After helping Golden King to abolish the current administrator, Paul, the recovery of Golden King was only a matter of time. Although he didn't know the reason why he fell into a deep sleep for tens of thousands of years, the Western continent would certainly be turbulent because of him. And during this period, Golden King would never welcome a group of people from another continent to disturb him. As for Wang Lu himself, although he had indeed made a stunning contribution and won the favor of Golden King, both Wang Lu and Golden King were very clear that this was just a temporary phenomenon. However, whether it was Wang Lu or Golden King, both were very clear that this was just a temporary phenomenon. With Wang Lu's character, he was not willing to be under others. The attitude of a subject was just that. If the two of them got along for a long time, they would certainly make an offense that Golden King could not tolerate. At that time, Wang Lu would have to face an opponent whose power was comparable to that of a god, and Golden King had no choice but to personally destroy the talent that he admired. Therefore, instead of waiting for that scene to happen, it was better to avoid it in advance. After all, the Western continent was not Wang Lu's hometown. He had to go back to where he came from. This trip to the west was already long enough. Give me a month to finish it. Wang Lu was silent for a moment. After calculating the things that he could not immediately leave behind in the western continent, he opened his mouth and said. Golden King fully demonstrated the generosity of a king. He said, I want a complete resuscitation, which will take 3 months. That's enough. Then. I'll take my leave. Wang Lu said, looked around, and then helplessly asked, where is the exit? Golden King smiled and pointed to the ground under their feet. Here. The next moment, the ground collapsed, revealing a dark and bottomless crack. Looking at it from above, they saw the towering beautiful unique pool peak, the symbol of the peak of the mortal world, the starting point of the god realm, in front of Wang Lu's eyes, like a jade pillar breaking from the middle. When the rocks cracked, the whole world was distorted. The blue and endless sky, as well as the boiling sea of clouds at the foot of the mountain, all rushed toward the center. The front of Golden King seemed to be the center of a huge whirlpool, sucking everything around him in. Wang Lu only felt that everything in front of him went black, and then the scene changed into a blue sky and white clouds. This is. Wang Lu resisted the dizziness in his head, operated his non-phase immortal heart to stabilize his mind, and then swept his eyes around. Taba City? In the distance, there was a condescending, magnificent and sacred building complex. Located at the highest point of the city, surrounded by holy light, wasn't it the holy cathedral in the center of the city? However, in addition to the cathedral that was still lit up with holy light, Taba City had undergone earth-shattering changes. The last time he entered Taba City, Wang Lu was led by the personal guard of the Master of Deep Earth City. At that time, the group was secretive, trembling with fear, and didn't stay in the city for too long. However, the bustling atmosphere of Taba City still left a deep impression. Even though Taba City has become the private property of Holy Light religion, it still carried the dream of millions of people in the continent. From all places, all levels of professions gathered here and bravely broke into the king's city. Some got the appreciation of Golden King and became rich, some died in the treasure house and became the treasure house's guardian, the Golden King's servant. Risk and reward coexisted. This was the dream place of professions in the western continent. Taba City used to be crowded with people. Some people joked that if you threw a few stones upstairs, you could hit a few middle-order or even high-order professions. And what followed these professions here was a larger and more prosperous industrial chain. However, looking at it now, there was a bleak atmosphere in the city. On both sides of the spacious street, the shops that once endlessly hawked their wares have all closed down. The heavy traffic in front of the door has become deserted, and the breeze stirred up the floating dust, which showed a somber atmosphere. Is this, the devil has entered the village? While in a state of consternation, Wang Lu heard a moan behind him. I'm so sleepy, where is this? Wang Lu's reaction was as fast as lightning. He reached into his mustard seed bag, took out the pie, and then stuffed the speaker's mouth with his backhand. Luli, eat your food and talk less. By the way, wake up the others and let them be quiet. It stood to reason that after the end of a pleasant cooperative relationship, with Golden King's mind, he would never set up such a low-class scheme to murder Wang Lu. However, this was, after all, the base camp of Holy Light religion, so with their identity, they could not be too blatant. While Luli was eating and waking up the others, Wang Lu found a haggard middle-aged man on the street. He looked like a local resident of Taba City. However, unlike the cheerful and enthusiastic appearance of most of the locals, at this time, he seemed to be full of worry. Wang Lu took a few steps forward and stopped him, ready to ask what happened in the city. However, just as he came to the front of the man, he suddenly heard a loud thunder-like sound from the distance of the city. 3 days have passed, "Holy Light Religion bastards, come out." Because the sound that swept over was too strong, and the sound wave was wrapped in shocking power, for a moment, Wang Lu's primordial spirit trembled and his jade mansion buzzed. It was too late for him to identify the owner of the sound, he only felt that it was vaguely familiar. However, even though Wang Lu couldn't respond, it didn't mean that others couldn't. When Luli heard the sound, she absent-mindedly threw away the pie in her hand and said in surprise, "Uncle Tianyu?" Wang Lu didn't react for a while. "Uncle? When did Spirit Sword Mountain transfer an elder?" "No, it's Supreme Tianyu from Xingjing sect." "Supreme Tianyu?" Wang Lu suddenly remembered the Supreme Tianyu, who was known as the Mad Dog of Xingjing sect. In the past, when they met in the ancient sword tomb, Supreme Tianyu's mad dog attitude left a deep impression on him. Unexpectedly, he met this mad dog in a foreign land. However, upon careful thought, it was not strange to meet Tianyu. Since the news that the key to the group of immortal tombs might be lost in the western continent spread out, the major forces of the Wuxia League have sent their cultivators there. And the team representing the excavation management, which was also the official team of the Wuxia League, was led by the sect leader of Spirit Sword Sect, Feng Yin, accompanied by Supreme Tianyu and several other big shots. Such a luxurious lineup, whether it was analysis or action, was far superior to any other sect's team, not something that Wang Lu's group of young people could compare with. However, because the lineup was too luxurious, they did not trust each other, and their efficiency was inevitably low. Coupled with their official identity, they had to follow the rules in every move, which made the progress even slower. However, no matter how slow it was, it had been several months since the 9 Regions Wuxia League's expedition to the western continent. Feng Yin's team had been on an expedition to the capital of knowledge a long time ago. There, they should have found enough evidence to prove that the key to the group of immortal tombs was lost in the king's treasure house. The subsequent development was not difficult to guess. Obviously, the Wuxia League could not persuade Holy Light Religion to open the door of the treasure house and let them look for the key. Moreover, Holy Light Religion's strategy in the eastern city-states had offended the people of 9 regions, so the conflict between the two sides was inevitable. It was just that, contrary to Wang Lu's expectation, the strong people of the Wuxia League were too heaven-defying. In just a few months, they actually killed their way to the headquarters of Holy Light Religion. Chapter 354. 3 days have passed. Are you going to obediently open the city gate by yourself? Or do you want me to personally open the gate for you? A thunderous explosion swept through the city, and the mad dog roar of Supreme Tianyu changed the color of the sky. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the holy dome of the Holy Cathedral of Holy Light Religion was also covered with a layer of haze. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu sighed with emotion that the name of Xingjing Mad Dog was indeed well-deserved. Supreme Tianyu was an elder of Unity stage, so his strength was indeed not weak, but according to the cultivation level of the 2 continents, he was nothing more than the legendary level. Even if he came from a famous sect and his real strength was a bit higher than his cultivation level, it was only at the level of Aya, far from enough to have a head-on confrontation with the Holy Light Religion, let alone running to their door to clamor for a fight. However, Tianyu was really that arrogant. Previously in the ancient sword tomb, when he saw his mad dog biting people, he was certainly annoyed, but now that they were in the same trench, facing the same opponent, the mad dog roar of Tianyu sounded so sweet. Pitiful non-believer, the glory of the holy light cannot be blasphemed by anyone. Suddenly, the holy dome of the holy cathedral shot out a platinum-colored beam of light straight into the sky, piercing through the thick dark clouds. Behind the dark clouds, the light poured down, illuminating the surroundings. An old man wearing a white robe and a golden-red cloak, holding a curved scepter, slowly walked out from the entrance of the holy cathedral. Although his pace was slow, each step crossed a long distance. Treading on the void, he climbed up the stairs, and within 3 steps, he stood at a height of 1 kilometer. As he walked, the light that fell from the sky gradually converged and resonated with the old man and the holy city of Taba below him. The holy light on the ground and the holy light in the sky converged together, creating a holy ring in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it spread for hundreds of miles, and within the scope of the ring, all living things were revived and full of vitality. At the same time, in the holy city, many closed doors were opened, and the haggard residents came to the streets, worshipping the vision in the sky. And from their exclamation, Wang Lu learned the identity of the person in the sky. The leader of the Holy Light religion, the Pope Billy III, who stood at the peak of the hundreds of millions of Holy Light believers. Although he has been the enemy of Holy Light religion for a long time, this was the first time that he saw the leader of the church. Pope Billy III was not a dignified leader, but, even a dog, if the holy light from the sky and the earth converged in one place, and the light shone in all directions, it would appear endlessly majestic. Wang Lu had already faced the Holy One of the Church in the king's treasure house, but that was a defective product with most of their power suppressed by the sea of clouds. But now, what he saw was the power of the legendary Holy One who had reached the peak of the continent. Moreover, he didn't even try to cover it up. Looking at the waves of holy light sweeping around, Wang Lu really wanted to thank the Golden King for sending him to Taba City. The strength of a real legendary Holy One was far beyond imagination. Were it not for the resonance between the holy city and the Pope, making it unaffected by the waves of holy light, the Pope's breath alone was enough to purify him, the Eastern heretic. Even if his non-phase sword defense was famous for being good at defense, it still could not offset the huge power gap between him and the Pope. Such an opponent, even if he looked up at him, it would be enough to blind his dog eyes, not to mention a direct confrontation. At least, Wang Lu never wanted to face such an enemy, no matter what. However, right now, he didn't need to worry about how to deal with the Pope. The mad dog Tianyu had taken the initiative to bite the hardest bone in the Western continent. Thus, what Wang Lu needed to do was to be a strong onlooker. TSK, the number 1 legendary person in the Western continent against the number 1 mad dog in the 9 regions. This scene, this lineup, if I don't take out my treasured props for many years, it would be unjustifiable. While saying that, Wang Lu took out his treasured props from his mustard seed bag, a large barrel of honey grapefruit tea, a large bag of popcorn, and a small folding stool. He then found a shady place to sit down. Relying on his amazing eyesight as a cultivator, he was able to see the changes in the sky. On one side was the Pope Billy III, who was backed by the holy city and had the surging power of holy light. On the other side was the lone supreme Tianyu, who was treading on dark clouds. The two of them looked at each other across the sky, both of them restrained themselves. However, the confrontation of momentum gradually unfolded. It stood to reason that the strength of Supreme Tianyu should be slightly inferior to the Pope. However, at this time, he was facing the Pope. His raging demonic power filled the air, which once again gathered the dark clouds that had just been dispersed. The dark clouds were as thick as a blanket, making the holy city of the church look like a lonely island in the sea. For a time, the momentum of Supreme Tianyu was not at a disadvantage. Interesting, in the end, the division of strength between 9 regions and Western continent is wrong. The so-called legendary level is not as powerful as imagined. Or did Tianyu have a breakthrough recently? A few months ago, when they met in the ancient sword tomb, Tianyu had just entered the unity stage. Conversely, he was only 1 step away from the peak deity stage. Although he was much luckier than the countless cultivators who were trapped in the peak deity stage since ancient times, to go 1 step further was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Could it be that easy for Tian Yu to make a breakthrough? Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Let's just wait and see. Wang Lu shook his head and beckoned Aya and the others, who had just been woken up by Lu Li, to sit down with him. Aya, Lu Li, Little Bai, quickly sit down, the good show is about to begin. Do you want some popcorn? Aya waved her hand and politely refused. Her complexion was dignified. Obviously, she was not in the mood to watch the show and eat the popcorn. Wang Lu knew that she probably experienced something in the last pass in the Sea of Clouds. Her mood was very complicated, so he didn't force her. In any case, Lu Li was next to him, so he didn't need to worry about selling the popcorn. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Li sat down next to him, her soft body leaned over, her small head poked into Wang Lu's chest and said, "Senior brother, I want to eat popcorn, can you feed me?" "Feed you? What are you doing by yourself?" Wang Lu said as he turned his head. He found that Lu Li's left hand was holding a cup of hot honey pomelo tea, but her right hand was disabled and couldn't hold it, so she could only ask Wang Lu for help. Wang Lu helplessly sighed. "Can't you put down the cup in your left hand? You're stupider than a bear." Then he reached out to grab a few popcorn and put it into the girl's mouth. Lu Li smiled sweetly and dexterously licked off the honey on Wang Lu's finger with the tip of her tongue. Wang Lu suddenly felt that this girl seemed to be more like a pet than Quan Zouhua. Then he heard a woman's voice from the other side, "Yo, so considerate, I want it too." Wang Lu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Lu Li's disease was contagious. Even the well-behaved Xiaobai was. "Hey, this isn't Xiaobai's voice, right?" Turning his head, Wang Lu was surprised to see a very familiar face. Soft and lazy big eyes, a pure face without any makeup, a neat ponytail, and a pure white dress that seemed to never be changed for 100,000 years. It was none other than. The woman smiled sweetly, reached out and put a popcorn in her mouth. "Long time no see." Wang Lu swallowed with some difficulty and reluctantly said, "Long time no see indeed. Master." Suddenly, the one who appeared next to Wang Lu was his master, the fifth elder of Lingjian school. "Why are you here?" After a brief moment of consternation, Wang Lu immediately asked. If he remembered correctly, his master did propose to join the excavation management's Western expedition team. However, she was quickly rejected by the sect leader. The reason was that he was afraid that she would do something shameful in the Western continent, which would implicate the sect and even the reputation of the 9 regions Wuxia League. How come now? Upon hearing her disciple's question, Wang Wu snorted, reached out her hand, took out a folding chair from Wang Lu's mustard seed bag, spread it out, and then sat down. She then sneered and said, "Not only me. This time, there are a lot of people from the Wuxia League. Even the barbarian guerrillas of Royal Soldier Sect have come, so how could sect leader control me? What exactly happened in the past few months?" In the past few months, Wang Lu spent most of his time in Dragon City, so he was relatively isolated from the news. He only knew that a lot of cultivators from 9 regions had gathered in the east, and then formed an alliance with the local people to crusade against Holy Light religion. However, he didn't expect that the Wuxia League would actually send a large number of reinforcements. His master spread out her hands. "Isn't this obvious? It's an all-out war." "All-out war? How could it be so serious?" His master looked up at the sky and then nodded. "It seems like the two of them still have to show off for a while. Since I have time, I'll tell you about it." After listening to his master's simple narration, Wang Lu realized that in the past few months, the situation in the Western continent had changed constantly. Although his adventure in the Dragon City and the King's treasure house was wonderful, it was still far from being the protagonist. In simple terms, what happened was like this. With the Excavation Management's Western Continent Expeditionary Force crossing the sea to the Western Continent seemed to have become a dreamy land full of treasures. For a time, cultivators from various sects in 9 regions came one after another. However, when people arrived at the Western Continent, they found that it was far from as beautiful as they expected. Not to mention the wall of law and other issues, just the Holy Light religion in the eastern city-states instigated the hunting teams against the cultivators of 9 regions, which caused the cultivators of 9 regions to suffer heavy losses and complain incessantly. For example, the Excavation Management's Western Continent Expeditionary Force was naturally not affected. However, many of the teams from the small sects were simply wiped out. The design and dissemination of the Bloodstained Scroll by Holy Light religion was initially just to separate the long-term cooperative relationship between the eastern city-states and 9 regions. However, when more and more 9 regions cultivators died under the Bloodstained Scroll, the seriousness of the problem went out of control. In the beginning, the focus of the anger of the 9 regions' people was the eastern city-states. After all, people died in the territory of the eastern city-states, so the responsibility could not be shirked. However, the eastern people, of course, did not want to bear the responsibility of so many lives, so they frankly said that everything was a conspiracy of Holy Light religion. However, the people of Holy Light religion did it very cleanly and did not leave any reliable evidence. The eastern city-states and 9 regions cultivators have jointly investigated for a long time, but they still could not find anything. Thus, the eastern people suddenly suffered in silence. And just when the situation was in a mess, the matter reached the ears of the Excavation Management's Expeditionary Force. Of course, this team represented the Wuxia League, which was the most authoritative and official 9 regions team in the Western Continent. When those small sects were wronged and had no one to reason with, they could only seek help from the Expeditionary Force. It just so happened that Feng Yin, who led the team, went alone to the capital of knowledge. The temporary leader of the team was the representative of Xingjing sect, Supreme Tianyu. After Tianyu learned the ins and outs of the matter, he burst into laughter and said, "Can't find the murderer? You bunch of idiots, isn't that simple? Come with me." With that, he went straight to the largest church of Holy Light religion in the Eastern Continent, Storm Wind City. The monster blade fell from the sky and massacred the entire city, as well as the tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians in the city. If you can't find the murderer, then kill all the Western Continent people. The murderer is always among these people. Chapter 355. Over the past few months, many people have speculated that if Feng Yin did not leave the team and continued to control the overall situation, things would have developed differently. Unfortunately, there were not that many ifs in the world. Supreme Tianyu massacred the city with his demon knife, tens of thousands of civilians were plunged into misery and suffering. When this matter came out, the whole continent was shocked, and the reputation of the 9 regions people also fell to the bottom. However, this was followed by the attention on the Bloodstained Scroll. After all, this was the starting point of everything. Even a mad dog like Tianyu would not massacre a city for no reason. After cutting down Storm City, Tianyu left a bloody cloud in the sky above Storm City. The cloud formed a line of words: "Blood vengeance can only be washed away with blood." In the Western Continent, there were many people who understood the language of 9 regions. After these words were translated and spread, people came to know that there was such a story behind the massacre. When the eyes of the whole continent were focused on this matter, the situation of Holy Light religion became particularly difficult. No matter how beautiful their work was, no matter how clean their hands were, they could not resist the investigation of the whole world. Soon, countless clues were dug out, and all the evidence pointed to Holy Light religion. For this kind of thing, people did not blame the Holy Light religion for being despicable and sinister. Any large organization would inevitably do some dirty things in the dark, especially religious organizations, which were even more sanctimonious. However, if they were caught doing bad things, then they could only blame themselves for being stupid. Holy Light religion also suffered in silence. How could they be willing to make this matter known to the whole world? It was just that things changed too fast for them to react. When the blood-stained scroll was first designed, the expeditionary force of the Wuxia League Excavation Management had not yet been formally established, and Holy Light religion only targeted those individual cultivators. Who would have thought that not long after the blood-stained scroll strategy was set, a large number of 9 regions people swarmed in. The Holy Light religion organization was bloated, so unless it was a matter of life and death for the church, the efficiency of the implementation of the decision was not high. Thus, they did not respond in the first place. By the time Tianyu massacred the whole world, it was already too late. When 9 regions' cultivators went to the Western continent to massacre a city, it would inevitably cause a strong backlash from the whole continent. However, after Holy Light religion was caught, things became delicate. After a complicated brewing, the forces of the Western continent finally acquiesced that the two sides would deal with it alone. The rest of the forces would not help Holy Light religion, let alone the people of 9 regions. More or less, there was a sense of beating a drowning dog. The occupation of Taobao City by Holy Light religion has, after all, somewhat angered the public. In short, the next development was the grievance between Holy Light religion and the people of 9 regions. On the 9 region side, under the leadership of the mad dog Tianyu, they pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the disadvantage of time and place. In particular, Supreme Tianyu himself, regardless of the identity or the rules, regardless of whether the opponent was strong or weak, as long as they belonged to Holy Light religion, he would kill them without mercy. The number of people who died under his monster knife was in the tens of thousands. Under this mad dog offensive, the people of 9 regions destroyed hundreds of churches in one fell swoop and beheaded more than 10 archbishops. Holy Light religion was shocked. After the shock came the counterattack. Although Holy Light religion was initially caught off guard, they were, after all, the most powerful force in the Western continent with deep heritage. Once they recovered, their fierce counterattack was not something that the scattered soldiers of 9 regions could match. Overnight, they laid an inescapable net in the eastern front line. On the second day, more than 109 regions cultivators fell, many of which were King Pill's Yuanying stage and above experts. Seeing that the situation was bad, it was still Supreme Tianyu who bravely stepped forward. This Unity stage expert once again displayed the mad dog spirit, abandoning his fellow cultivators to go deep into the enemy line alone. Relying on his profound cultivation base, he slaughtered his way in and out of the Holy Light religion territory. During this period, regardless of whether it was soldiers or civilians, he killed anyone he saw. Within 3 days, he massacred more than 100,000 people. To deal with a Holy One, the only way was to dispatch a Holy One. However, at this time, 2 of the 5 Holy Ones of Holy Light religion were held back in the king's treasure house, while the remaining 1 must guard the border and could not move. The remaining 2, the Pope and the Prophet, could not leave the holy city to personally chase after a mad dog. However, Tianyu's crazy killing also aroused the anger of the Western continent people. Several neutral legendary level powerhouses joined forces to intercept him and finally blocked him. However, at this time, the support of the 9 regions people also arrived. Led by Xingjing sect, the 5 uniques of the Wuxia League came to the Western continent. As many as 5 Supreme of Unity stage came to the Western continent, and the rest were countless deity stage and Yuanying stage. Naturally, such a force was far inferior to the entire Western continent. However, it was difficult for any single party in the Western continent to match them. Unlike the 9 regions, the Western continent did not have a Wuxian league that could unite tens of thousands of cultivators. In a situation where the Western continent people were still in a state of disunity, an all-out war with the 9 regions' cultivators would only result in a lose-lose situation. Not to mention that the 9 regions' people also had the power of the eastern city-states, so the scale could not be ignored. Therefore, the issue had to be pushed back to the negotiation table. There were 2 conditions for the 9 regions' people. The first was to open the king's treasure house and let the 9 regions' people look for the key to the group of immortal tombs. The second was that Holy Light religion must pay the price for the previous hunting of the 9 regions' cultivators. However, Holy Light religion could not agree to these 2 conditions. The key to the group of immortal tombs was locked in the king's treasure house, and the king's treasure house was the foundation of the Holy Light religion, so how could they easily show it to others? As for the hunting of the 9 regions' cultivators, if Holy Light religion had to pay the price for this, how could Supreme Tianyu pay for the 100,000 deaths? If you want us to agree to this condition, you have to tie up that evildoer Tianyu and send him to the altar to be purified by the Sea of Holy Light. However, how could Supreme Tianyu agree to this condition? Regarding the condition of Holy Light religion, Tianyu laughed wildly. Sure, let your Pope, Prophet, and so on come out naked. Let me chop off their heads one by one with my dog-head broadsword, then I will be captured without a fight and accept your purification. If this kind of wrangling continued, it would be endless. Finally, it was Feng Yin who came forward to negotiate the conditions. Since this matter is difficult to satisfy both sides, and should not be completely resorted to force, then let's use a compromise method. Feng Yin said, 3 days later, under the holy city of your Holy Light religion, we will be on one side, and Holy Light religion on the other. We are on one side, and Holy Light religion on the other side. Each side will send out 3 people to fight one-on-one. If we are lucky enough to win all 3 fights, then please agree to our 2 conditions. If we win 2 and lose 1, then we will not owe each other anything. We will immediately withdraw from the Western continent and no longer attempt to dip our fingers into your sect's treasure house. But if we lose both times, then we will be at your disposal, whether you want to kill or dismember, do as you please. This was one of the unique cultures of 9 regions. After some discussion, Holy Light religion didn't immediately agree to it, but they also didn't refuse it. From the point of view of the conditions, Holy Light religion was still relatively favorable. As long as they could win 1 fight, they would be able to solve the immediate crisis. If they could win 2 fights, they would win a great victory. If it was a one-on-one fight, there might be suspense for others, but the strength of Pope Billy III was beyond doubt. Both of them were legendary powerhouses, but the Pope seemed to be in another realm, high and mighty. However, the people of 9 regions were cunning. Moreover, this kind of competition seemed to be a fair one-on-one fight, but in essence, it was a one-on-one fight between Holy Light religion and the Wuxian League of 9 regions. With the vastness of 9 regions, there would always be a powerhouse with strength similar to the Pope. If the other side sent out 3 popes, how could Holy Light religion fight? Oh, please rest assured that the candidates on our side are limited to the first batch of expeditionary army. Those who come later to support us will not participate. If that was the case, Holy Light religion still had some confidence. In the first batch of expeditionary army, there was only 1 Tianyu in the unity stage. The next strongest were Feng Yin in the peak deity stage and a deity stage elder of Kunlun immortal sect. As long as Holy Light religion sent out the Pope and the Prophet, their odds of winning would be more than 70%. And then you saw it. 3 days later, Tianyu came to scold us. TSK, the advantage of a mad dog is that he is always full of energy. In Holy Light City, Wang Wu was eating Wang Lu's collection of honey popcorn while sighing with emotion at Tian Yu's mad dog spirit. Wang Lu frowned and said, "Is Tian Yu that awesome? When I first saw him in the ancient sword tomb, I felt that he was somewhat like a human. Even though he was arrogant, he still followed the rules. Is he showing his true colors here? Even after killing 100,000 people, he is not afraid of the divine tribulation? Could it be that he has entered the devil path?" Wang Wu sneered and said, "The law in Western continent is different. There is no merit and virtue karma, so how could there be a divine tribulation? At most, it would be because he killed too many people, causing the heart demon to appear. However, with Tian Yu's temperament, even if he killed 10 million people, it would not arouse his heart demon. He is originally a demon cultivator, so he has a very subtle sense of propriety. As for him following the rules in 9 regions, that is because if he doesn't follow the rules, he will die. However, in Western continent, he is unfamiliar with the people and the place. No matter how exaggerated he is, at worst, he could just leave and return to 9 regions. Could the Western continent people chase him across the sea? Would the 9 regions people blame him because he killed a group of Western continent barbarians? Since there is no responsibility to bear, of course, he would reveal his true colors. Wang Lu sighed with emotion. This idea is not wrong. Moreover, fortunately, this mad dog, can let us quickly grasp the initiative. Although Tian Yu's unscrupulous behavior in Western continent shocked many people, after calming down and analyzing, it was not difficult to find that it was because of Tian Yu's 2 crazy killings. One was in Storm Wind City, and the other was in the hinterland of Holy Light religion, which quickly established the strategic advantage of 9 regions. It was difficult to say whether this was Tian Yu's intention or the will of heaven, but it did make him a great contribution. Do you think so? Wang Wu turned her head and looked at her disciple with a smile. There was a sense of examination in her eyes. You don't have any other idea? Wang Lu pondered for a moment and said, I must say, I am curious. When Tian Yu first massacred a city, it just so happened that Uncle's sect leader went to the knowledge city alone, which gave Tian Yu the opportunity. But with sect leader's steady temperament, would he leave such a big window for a mad dog? From another point of view, when the situation finally fell into a deadlock, sect leader came forward to negotiate and agreed to solve the problem with a duel. During this period, Tian Yu unexpectedly did not object and completely accepted it. It's hard to imagine that it's a coincidence that he is so well behaved. Wang Wu nodded. It seems that after indulging in sensual pleasures in Western continent, you haven't been completely emptied out by wine and women. Your brain is still functioning. Master is reluctantly gratified. Damn, who told you that I indulged in sensual pleasures? You didn't? Wang Wu blinked her eyes and then looked at Lu Li and Aya for a long time. It's rare for you to be alone with them for a long time in a foreign country, yet, you actually didn't push them down? Push your sister. Wang Wu looked at her disciple with a bit of shock. Or, after not seeing each other for a while, disciple, have you become a person from that side? Wang Lu thought about Golden King's soap not long ago and sighed with emotion. Or perhaps you encountered a strong enemy here and were seriously injured, resulting in an unspeakable problem? If that's the case, you can rest assured that Master carries an emergency medicine bag with me, which will ensure that the medicine will be cured. Just as Wang Lu was about to say something, suddenly a strange light flashed in the sky. Supreme Tian Yu and Pope Billy finally started their fight. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.